Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Some people have a normal job, Monday through Friday, 40 hours a week, with health benefits, bonuses each year, retirement funds. Well, not me. I don't have a normal job. It's not easy doing what I do, but it pays the bills since I can't get a regular job due to my criminal record. I'm a janitor that works for the dark web, and I clean up murder rooms once the buyers are done torturing and killing the victims that they paid for. I've been doing it for the past 3 years, and every time someone needs help cleaning up the bloody mess they made, I go in and then clean up. I make sure that there is not a single drop of blood in the room and dispose of the leftover body parts any way that I could. No evidence remaining, no questions asked. In fact, I can never ask any questions. These people cannot be messed with. I just get paid to do my job and go home like nothing. It's a sick job, really, but they would pay me very good. But all of that would change one night when I started to finally question my morality. It was one night when they called me to do a job. It's always at the same location, which is 40 miles from where I live in a rundown warehouse. I was called to clean up a room, which really was no problem at all. But I noticed or barely caught on to something that I never thought twice about. As I was cleaning the room that was covered in blood, I saw a small picture on the floor. I picked it up, and it was a picture of a little girl, probably around 14 years old. This made me think right away that this was probably the victim whose blood I was cleaning up just now, and it gave me an uneasy feeling inside, and for the first time, kind of disturbed me. Just for the fact that these people are now using kids as their victims. But again, this was a job where no questions are asked, and I put the picture in my pants pocket and continued cleaning. Once I was done, I packed up my things and quickly got out of the warehouse. I went inside my car and instantly I got a call. It was them. They always call private, and I answered and they asked me if I was done cleaning up. I told them yes and that I had just gotten into my car. Then they told me that they left the money inside my glove compartment while I was inside cleaning, and they'll probably have another job for me in the next 2 days since they have a customer who's already waiting. I knew that I shouldn't have done this, but I decided to ask how old was she. Well, referring to the victim. They hanged up the call. I'm sure they were pissed just with me asking. I didn't know if I could continue doing this type of jobs anymore. But I didn't know how else I would get out of this without some possible threat to my life. I got the picture of the little girl and put it resting on the passenger side, and I went home that night contemplating everything. It was the next day at around 9 o'clock at night when I got a private call. I knew it was them and I was tempted not to answer, but I did anyway. They gave me the same location again and to be there at around 4 a.m. This time, no questions asked. Juan Miguel Santos of 3905 North 16th Street. Then the call hung up. This was a clear threat. Just do my job and get out of there, and I would need to leave town the next morning and disappear after this. I arrived at the location and saw that there was an old Grand Marquis parked outside. Usually, there wouldn't be any cars but mine at the location, and I got worried that maybe these people are keeping a close eye on me. I stepped outside my car and walked slowly inside, feeling more and more paranoid with each step that I took. The hallways were darker than before, and I saw light come from the room that I was supposed to go in. I entered inside, and my eyes couldn't believe what they had just seen. There was a girl in the middle of the room tied up and gagged to a chair, alive. The job wasn't done yet, but then I saw the body of a man laying right on the floor next to the girl that looked to be around 16 years old. The girl began to scream at me, and I started freaking out even more. I ran to the man on the floor and checked his pulse. He was gone. This was the man that was going to kill this girl, since I saw a scalpel on his right hand. I walked myself outside into the hallway and immediately got a call. Private, it was them. "Is everything okay?" They knew something was up. They also had cameras in the hallways, but not in the rooms, and they must have seen that I was nervous. Yes, everything's okay." "Finish the job and get out. We'll leave the money in your car." They hanged up, but I knew they knew something was wrong. I went back inside the room and the girl was yelling at me to help her with a gag in her mouth. I didn't know what to do, and I needed to dispose of her body. That meant that I needed to kill her first. I looked around inside the man's bag, and he had several weapons and tools inside, presumably to use to torture the girl. I pulled out a power drill and turned it on, and the girl started to scream even more, telling me to stop. She was crying her eyes out. I aimed the power drill at her face, and more tears started to run down her face, and I put the power drill down. I couldn't do it. I took off her gag and asked what had happened, and she told me that the man just fell on the floor and seemed like he had a heart attack. "You know that I can't let you out of here. These are dangerous people, and there are cameras everywhere inside this building." We both looked around the room. "What about him?" asked the girl. I looked at the man and saw he had a hoodie. I took it off and gave it to the girl. I said, "Put this on and cover yourself and run as far as you can away from here." "I'm scared. What if they find me?" the girl said. I looked inside the man's pockets and found some car keys. They must have been for the car that was parked outside. "Here, take these keys. I think the car that's parked outside belongs to him. But whatever you do not go to the police. They will find you and they will kill you. Just go as far away from here as possible." And before she left, I asked for her name and she said it was Crystal and that she was 17 years old. I was scared for her. I knew they might have even been outside waiting for me to finish. As soon as I was to take off, a car was approaching from behind me. The car parked right behind me and two men in masks stepped out. Not only that, but they had opened the back seat of the car and took out Crystal. They caught her. They knew everything we had done, and I should have taken off. One of the men took out a gun and pointed it at me to step outside of my vehicle. I stepped out, and they wanted for me to go inside. They took me and Crystal into the room with the client's dead body. I knew what they were going to do to us, and Crystal couldn't stop whining and moping. This is what happens when you try to be a hero. I needed to do something before we would be dead bodies right next to the one that's already on the floor, and I saw that Crystal was right beside the switch to the lights. And I looked at her and signaled my eyes to the switches to turn them off. The moment Crystal turned off the lights, I ran towards one of the masked men. Gunshots fired as the men were yelling to turn on the lights, and I grabbed the power drill that was on the floor and drilled it right into the man's chest. I stuck the drill all the way in, and I didn't stop till I heard the man gurgling and choking from his own blood. I got off of him and heard Crystal breathing hard and yelling. I turned on the lights and witnessed Crystal stabbing the other masked man repeatedly with a scalpel in his face. Half of his mask was gone from the punctures, and I got Crystal and then told her to stop. She was frightened, terrified. She hugged me tight and began to cry. Both of us had made it out alive this time. We walked over to my car and took off, both of us covered in blood. The sun was coming out, as it was already 6:30 in the morning. We both needed to change our identities, and I knew a guy who could do it, that I met from jail, and I drove over to his place right away. Sometimes, I do think that maybe it would have been better if both of us were dead, since we would now have to live in fear for the rest of our lives. Luckily, I haven't heard or seen of anything, but you never know. These people always manage to find you. Let's hope they don't catch me now, or for the rest of my life. So I'm a bit of a tech nerd by trade, at least I am nowadays. Back when I was much younger, I was a bit on the naive side. Well, okay, I was a bit stupid. Back then, I knew that the dark web was this magical place where all the illegal dealings on the internet happened, and I knew that the surface web had the boring stuff like social media, flash games, and the like. I wanted to see what else was out there, and I wanted to see what others hadn't seen, and as such, I started looking into and started figuring out how to do it. I have been on the dark web a couple of times, once when I was like 17, which is what this story is about, and a few times as I've gotten older, not to do anything illegal or make any sort of illegal purchase, but to see what I could get myself into without breaking the law. My first trip on the dark web, like I said, was quite a while ago. It was before Bitcoin became a big thing and before it had anywhere near the value it has now. I was just a kid and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. This one personal adventure with the dark web actually started with said cryptocurrency. Most things like Bitcoin and the alts came from the dark and deep web. They're not illegal to know about or own, but they were pretty much the go-to currency when it came to illegal dealings out there. Today, they're way more mainstream. I mean, you can literally buy them on a phone app. But back then, they had a little in ways of value or meaning. And while they were worthless in pretty much every practical sense, they were used for pretty much everything. You could use your Bitcoin to buy services, goods, and all of that. They were used for their anonymity more than anything really. And of course now, they actually have value, and people tout that they own Bitcoin. It's actually pretty crazy how much that's changed. Anyways, like I said, I had been talking to some of my high school friends and a couple guys that were older than me, and they mentioned Bitcoin. I had heard the term before, but I had no idea what they were or how the whole thing worked. Cutting a lot of the really boring parts of the story, I ended up getting Tor, working on my parents' desktop, and ended up on the deep web. It started here. I found a few pages where people were discussing random things, but really couldn't find any of the information that I wanted. These were pretty much your everyday deep web, just non-indexed pages where people would talk crap anonymously and then discuss their anti-government stances. From here, somehow I ended up on the dark web marketplace, one of those pages where you can seriously buy drugs, weapons, anything and everything that you could want, and that could easily land you in prison. Again, I wasn't looking to make a purchase. I was just looking for information, and I stumbled upon the user forum for this particular marketplace. Now, what I did was stupid, and I recommend, if you want information, you shouldn't go to the deep or dark web forum on a marketplace just to find it. But I got onto the forum and I literally posted a question. What is Bitcoin? I fluffed it up a little bit, saying that I had heard the term before and that I wanted to do a report on it for extra credit at my high school. This part was a lie, but I think part of me thought that I could get more honest info if I told them that I was a student and that I was just looking for research. Asking this kind of question is dumb. It's a good question to ask your buddies, your coworkers, people you know, or even Google. But it's a terrible question to blurt out on a forum littered with criminals and people that were quite knowledgeable about illegal activity. Doing this will attract one of two things. You'll either be laughed at and ridiculed or scammed. I attracted the latter. I got several comments and messages from people that told me that they would sell me their Bitcoin and all I needed to do was give them my credit card info. One person said that they would mail me some Bitcoin if I sent them money over PayPal. And there was even one guy that said if I gave him my address, he would hand deliver 1,000 Bitcoin to me for no cost. I may have been naive, but I wasn't this stupid. This was still the dark web, and I didn't fall for any of these posts. And thankfully, there was actually an admin that had taken pity on me. I actually remember his username too. Dark to Dust. He ended up deleting my post and messaged me with, "Are you a troll or an idiot?" I responded, and I explained to him that I was honestly a 17-year-old kid and that I needed information for a report. I told him that it was supposed to be for one of my finals and that I thought this would be a good place to ask. But he responded with, "Get off the dark web, kid. This is not the place for you. You need to leave, uninstall Tor, and never come back to this place ever again." And before I could respond again, he actually messaged me back and said, "Do you really need information?" And I told him I did. Then he sent me a small write-up on how the blockchain worked. He actually explained the basics of the algorithm for mining and how cryptocurrency existed, how while it was intangible, it did have value. He even went on to predict that it would have a real value in the near future, and he told me that I should consider an investment when I am older, but not right now. This guy went out of his way to actually educate me on it, how the system worked, and how to obtain Bitcoin. All this is well and good, and I really appreciated it, but it's how he finished off his message that makes this a terrifying story. When he finished his write-up, he added a postscript, and it said the following: P.S. Now that I've explained this to you, I want you to copy it, paste it in a document so you have it saved, and get off the dark web. If I ever see you back here, I will know it's you, Clark D. in West Virginia. I will personally come find you, and when I do, I'll take one of your kidneys as payment. They net a pretty penny out here on the market, and considering your age, I could probably get extra. Sound like a plan to you? You can probably piece together the situation. He knew my name, the state I lived in, and I was kind of in a place where I needed to take his threat seriously. So I responded one more time and just said yes sir, copied the info, and did what he told me. So all this said, I want to end this story by saying, thank you, Dark to Dust, if you're ever listening. Your advice was plentiful, and I understood the dangers of the dark web pretty quickly. I actually did take your advice and drop a bit of money into coins. It was a great investment, just like you've mentioned. And that said, I hope you and I never run into each other out there. This story isn't mine personally, and I'm not the type of person to go out on the deep web for any reason. This story actually happened to a coworker and a good friend of mine, and I made sure that he was okay with me submitting the story, and he said it was fine. For the sake of privacy and security, we're going to refer to him as Ron. Ron's a good guy, probably one of the nicest people I ever met, and he really didn't deserve the situation that happened to him. I will say that I've known him for a few years now, and I completely believe everything that is told me about this. Several years ago, Ron lived in a comfortable suburban home with his lovely wife of 10 years, and for the sake of security, we're going to call her Karen. Ron and Karen had a 7-year-old daughter at that time of this story, and everything seemed alright. Ron had a good job and made more money than they actually needed. Karen was a stay-at-home mom that took care of their daughter when she was at home, and then ran the various errands while she was at school, pretty much doing the basics of what a stay-at-home parent does. Ron was under the impression that their marriage was in a good position. He loved Karen as much as he always had, and he loved his daughter more than life itself. They had a nice house in a nice neighborhood, and they had enough money to take care of any financial emergencies if they needed it. To the best of Ron's knowledge, they were all happy and healthy, and he didn't think anything was wrong at home. Well, Karen, on the other hand, was apparently very unhappy with her marriage and was determined to leave Ron and run off with some guy that she had met online and had been talking to around a year. Karen and her internet boyfriend had apparently spent a lot of time plotting and spoke extensively how they could follow through on what they had planned and what would be the best way to get the deed done. At one time, they even discussed the possibility of her internet boyfriend driving from his home in Nebraska and doing it himself, saying that he could make it look like a robbery gone wrong. Apparently, this would have been too personal, and they opted to look on the dark web for someone to remove her husband from the equation. Then, she would wait long enough to bury him, collect insurance, and then pretend to grieve. Then after a few months, she planned to then take her daughter and the money from his life insurance and run off with her boyfriend to start a new life up north. Based on the conversations, she was adamant that it needed to look like an accident. That way, the life insurance would pay out the maximum. And like I said, Ron made good money and was worth a decent amount dead, so she planned to live a few years off of that with a new guy. Back to their actual plan, as I said, they had the intent of going on the dark web and finding basically a hitman to get rid of her husband. Apparently, they were successful to an extent. They got on the deep web, they found a site that listed people providing these services, and they got the information from someone that they were going to pay to do the entire thing. And they even went as far as sending the $15,000 to the account of the person that was supposed to do the job. Thankfully for Ron, his wife and her new boyfriend were not well versed in how things worked on the dark web, and to some extent were kind of stupid. Apparently, they went all the way through the plotting with this person, sent him the money, and even set a date. And on that date in question, Karen had taken their daughter to her grandparents' house and had told Ron that she was going to spend the day with them. And while she was gone, Ron got a visit by the local police and a federal agent. They explained the situation to him and basically took him into protective custody. When Karen got home, she expected to find her husband lying dead on the living room floor, but instead had federal agents screaming at her and taking her to the ground. What's worse, she apparently had brought their daughter home with her, meaning she would have been okay with the little girl seeing her dead father. Based on what Ron was told, the police had all the information on the conversation, connection logs, from when she was on the page, emails from her to the fake hitman and enough evidence to put her away for a long time. Apparently, she was so desperate to get rid of him that she was able to be talked into sending the money over PayPal, and she literally sent $15,000 on a credit card over PayPal to have her husband murdered. I don't know if she was ignorant or if she just wanted it to be done and wasn't going to question the situation. Thankfully, for Ron's sake, she had gotten a hold of a sting on the site and she was taken down without issue. The boyfriend was also arrested and they were charged for conspiracy to commit murder and probably a few other charges. And they were both sentenced to 20 years in prison for their plans. Ron has since remarried and his daughter is old enough to understand what her mother did. But he says that he got lucky with all of this, and I totally agree. If his wife had gone to another page, been a little more competent, and paid a little more attention to being secure in her messaging and communications, Ron may have been legitimately murdered that day, and she would be off living with her internet boyfriend in the Dakotas. I've been a user of the deep web for quite a long time, going through the various deep sites and seeing what is out there. There are some interesting people and pages that exist, but if you don't know what you're doing, I really don't recommend getting involved in it. I've been in too deep for a while, and the story that I'm about to tell you was at that time in my life where I was out of control and I was just doing stupid things. Back in the day, I used to be one of those deep or dark web users that may or may not have been involved in some questionable activity. Of this questionable activity, the worst was doing business with a website that was very similar to Silk Road. It wasn't Silk Road, but it was obviously trying to be, and as dumb as it sounds, the prices were more competitive than the others. Thinking back to it now, that should have been a red flag. The bigger sites had methods of vetting and verification of their sellers. They knew who they were working with, and the security was definitely part of the pricing structure. But when you're a broke college kid that is addicted to certain medications, you don't really think too hard on the security of your dealer. Basically, your only thoughts are, do they have what I want? And can I afford it? So, obviously, I knew what I was doing back when I got involved with these sites and these people. I knew it was illegal, and I knew that I had no way of disputing if my dealer didn't come through. And I would have no matter of taking legal action against the site or the seller. The site had an interesting system in place. The sellers would list what they had beyond a few cryptic user tags, and they had what they called a traffic light system. Basically, the seller could mark their stock based on a color. Green was full, yellow limited, and red was offline and not selling. If it was green, you could basically send them the money and then get what you wanted. Yellow typically required a message to make sure that they had what you wanted. And red meant, don't contact me. It was actually pretty damn smart and cut out having to incriminate yourself by specifically listing what you had, and also cut down on the communication requirements. You just bought what you wanted, and then you moved on. In my time on this site, there was one user that I worked with regularly over the 2 years. They were dependable, and strangely enough, incredibly polite when I had to message them. I know that sounds stupid, but they typically sign their messages with, "Have a nice day," or "Thank you for your business." Not something would expect from a person committed to doing something that's illegal. They were the only person that I wanted to work with on this site, and they always came through for. And in my time doing business with them, they had always been green or yellow. I can't recall once over the 2 years where they switched over to red. Well, that is, until the last time that I put an order in with them. I got on the side as normal and saw that he had marked himself as yellow. No big deal. I sent him a message basically asking if my usual was available. And almost immediately after, his page had switched over to red. I was a bit annoyed at this as he'd always come through, and I was, as I said, an addict. I went over to his page and sent him another message that basically said, "Hey man, what gives?" Within a few moments, I got a message back that said, well, to put it kindly, to F off. This came as an honest surprise to me, because, like I said, he had always been so cordial before. And I responded with something like, "Don't you want my money anymore?" I waited for about an hour to see if he sent a message back, but I didn't get anything back. It was a few days later that I went back to see if maybe he had stock again. And I think part of me seriously thought that the seller was just having a bad day. Or maybe it was a partner of his that wasn't as polite. And when I logged in, I saw that I had a message from him. I clicked it and it said, "I have your usual, send me the money." I was a bit wary at first, but I was also naive and needed it to keep my mind focused and study for exams. Despite my initial hesitation, I went ahead and sent him the money. I replied and told him that it was sent, and then I waited. I think I messaged him once or twice after that within the week, but he had been offline since our last interaction and hadn't changed his account from red. About a week after our last interaction, I got the package. The box looked like it was heavily used and trashy. This was in a complete contrast from what I was used to. And when I opened it, it was lacking pretty much all the security that the seller normally had. He would typically pack inconspicuous items in with the order, usually stuffed animals. I'm assuming it was because they worked as both security and padding. But instead, the box was full of packing peanut and tissue paper. I dumped it out on the floor and checked it, thinking that I was duped. But then I saw the pill bottle and an envelope, which had appeared to be a letter. The first thing I did was open the letter. It said, "Consider this your last order. Jimmy is out of the trade. Thank you for your business." I was a little pissed off since I was going to have to now find a new person on the site to work with. But at the same time, it wasn't a huge deal. At least, I had about 60 days before that was going to be a problem. That was my thought, until I grabbed the bottle and opened it. I removed the lid and saw that inside the bottle were fingernails. I don't mean like fingernail trimmings. I mean fingernails that had been ripped out of the bedding of the finger, 10 of them to be exact. The edges of them looked like they had dried blood, which told me that they had been forcibly removed. It was then that the letter's meaning became a bit more dark, with Jimmy being out of the trade. To answer any potential questions, I never went back to the site. I never went back to any drug sites on the deep web at all. This scared me to a point that I pretty much abandoned all illegal activity. And to those that are curious, no, I didn't go to the police. I wanted to. I wanted to tell them that it was possible that someone had been murdered. But how exactly does one explain that with what I had? I couldn't waltz into the precinct, slam a pill bottle full of fingernails down and say, My drug dealer has been murdered. Technically, he could have pulled them out himself. Not likely, but possible. So anyways, that's my story. Stay off the dark web. Deep web is probably okay. And oh, don't do drugs. You haven't heard about the dark web? My friend Jason expressed to me. No, why would I have? Oh, it's this place where you can find some of the weirdest shit on the internet. I've tried to look for things myself, but I've never really found anything cool. Sounds dumb. It's not. I'm sure there's some weird shit on there. I just haven't found any. Look, how about after college, I come over to yours and I can install this browser. Then, the two of us can look on this together. I really couldn't be bothered with all the hassle. However, the expressive nature of his tone made me fold into letting him install this browser onto my computer. He was a computer nerd, so I just trusted him with that stuff. I wasn't familiar with this sort of thing. I never told him this, but Jason was my best friend. He was always there for me when I lost my mom and was just a very funny guy. He always used to play the most creative pranks on me. This might be a bit cringy to some of you, but I gave him this wristband as a gift when I was younger for helping me through those times. He wore it quite a lot, so clearly he valued our friendship. He was really like a brother to me. Jason came to my house later that day and installed the software. We had a few drinks after that, and later on in the day, he left to go home and play some World of Warcraft. He was obsessed with that game. You see, I never really had any intention of going onto this dark web browser. Jason wanted me to explore it myself, to see if I could find anything, but I really didn't care. For the next 2 days, I pretended to use the browser, and when Jason asked me what I found, I just gave him short answers. Yeah, I looked and I haven't seen anything cool or interesting. Sorry, man. Jason let out an elongated sigh in disappointment every single time. After the week was finished, I was in my room profoundly bored. You see, I live alone in a small apartment. It was actually a place owned by my father. However, he let me stay in it as it was really close to my college. I didn't spend much time in that apartment. I liked to go out with my other friends, have drinks, go to watch matches about sports, and spend time at a local arcade. On this Friday night, many of my friends didn't have the time for me. Some of them were going to a concert, which was already sold out, and Jason was alone in his apartment feeling unwell. Another one of them had things to do with their partner too. I was left single in this tiny apartment with not an awful lot of entertainment. So, my stale state of affairs got the better of me. I made myself a cup of coffee and sat in isolation by my computer desk. I decided to use the browser Jason had installed to see if I could actually find anything of interest. When I opened the software, I was surprised to see that it looked like any other natural browser. It was called Doorfront, which I thought was an extremely bizarre title. It had everything you'd expect, a search bar, some tabs at the top of the screen, and some colorful touches to the background of the page. My eyes skimmed across all of the tabs, and everything seemed exactly like Google. In the corner of the browser, something caught my eye. There was a smaller link which had a different color than the rest of the headings. It read, "Show me something that I might not want to see." All of the other links were blue. However, this one was in a dark red, hidden away carefully in the corner of the page. Naturally, human beings are suckers for doing the opposite of what is told to them. I tell you not to think about elephants, but you think about elephants. Naively, I pressed on the link, expecting to see some really messed up shit. And after a few seconds of tense waiting, I was pushed to a new page. I was stunned to see that the page displayed the image of a goat. That's it, just an image of a goat. It looked like it was laughing and had its tongue out, skewed at a 90-degree angle. Immediately, I thought that this link was some sort of troll. I smirked at how random this was. However, the link was still in that corner of the screen. Again, I pressed on it. This time, I was presented with a Wikipedia page of a war that took place in Egypt during the early 1000s. After a few more clicks, I realized what this "show me something that I might not want to see" link actually was. It was a random search of the internet. Kind of a cool concept, however, I wasn't seeing anything cool or interesting. So, just as I was about to stop pressing this random internet search button, I was taken to a type of page that I've never seen before. It was a chat room with a distinct red background. It had a large chat box and also featured webcam images, almost identical to how something like Omegle looks, except with a more sinister tone. Thankfully, my webcam wasn't on, and it seemed like the other webcam was off too, as all I saw were two black squares. I just sort of stared into the dark screen for a few seconds before perceiving that this page was probably broken. I was moving the mouse towards the X at the top right of the tab when suddenly, User 274 started typing. I waited anxiously for a few seconds before seeing,
"Hello there."
Talking to strangers at 11:45 p.m. wasn't really of interest to me. But on this night, however, I was alone with no friends, so I decided to reply. I let out an enthusiastic, "Hi," and after a few long awkward seconds, they started typing again.
"What are you doing right now?"
This seemed like a forward question, however, I lousily answered, "Not much, to be honest." I was already getting bored. Pressing the random internet search button was more fun than engaging in small talk with a random person. I moved the mouse over towards the "show me something I might not want to see" button, and after a firm click, it appeared that the link was now not working for some strange reason. The person in the chat room started typing again.
"Me too. I'm looking for someone to talk to. I haven't been feeling well lately."
This made me feel guilty. However, I really couldn't be bothered engaging in chit-chat. I then decided to press the X to close the tab, and to my shock, it would not respond to my clicks on this button. It appeared that I was internet stranded in this weird creepy chat room. And before I could even reply to the previous message, the user in the chat started to type again.
"Why would you want to leave me?"
My heart froze. Did they know that I tried to exit the chat room? Could they perhaps see what I was seeing on my computer? Stupidly, I decided to reply to the person. "Hi, sorry, I just want to search the internet. I think my browser is frozen though." The user started typing almost instantaneously.
"No, it's not."
"What do you mean?" I asked whilst bewildered.
"Your browser isn't frozen."
There was a dead silence before they promptly messaged.
"I just decided to pause you."
I started to sweat profusely. My hands began to shake as I typed in my concerned queries. "I don't understand." The anxiety and fear was starting to hit me hard, I was sat alone in a small room in the pitch dark, and the only light source was the radiant computer screen which lit up my face. They typed for a while and said,
"I didn't want you to leave like the rest of them. And don't worry, I have fun plans for us."
My fear levels raised even higher. What did this creep want with me? They started typing again as my mind was struggling to process the freaky conversation that was unraveling.
"I need you to do something for me. Could you turn on your webcam, please?"
By this stage, I'd completely forgotten about the fact that this was even an option. My eyes were frozen with fear on the chat box for so long that the two black boxes were totally neglected. I hesitantly decided to reply, "No, I don't want to turn it on." Surprisingly, I was hit with the longest dead silence so far. The other person stopped typing for quite some time, and in this period, I once again tried to press the X to close the tab. But it still refused to let me off this chat space. And almost instantly after I tried this, the user started typing again.
"If you try to leave again, something really bad will happen. Stop trying it."
My heart felt like it was trying to break out of my chest. I began to tremble as I typed, "What do you want from me?" And they instantly responded with,
"Turn on the webcam."
"No, why would I do that?" I hit back with.
"I just want to see you react to something."
Part of me was tempted to just press the webcam on button. Maybe if I reacted to whatever this freak wanted, he'd leave me the hell alone. Nevertheless, I stood firm that I was not going to turn on the webcam. "I'm not going to do that. Can you please just leave me alone?" All of a sudden, something strange happened. My mouse was completely frozen, and no matter how I moved it, the cursor was stuck near the bottom of the screen, and the user started typing.
"Fine, I'll do it myself then."
I read in confusion before I was drawn to something horrifying. The cursor started to move on its own accord, and I held a shaky stare as I watched it slowly move towards the webcam on text. And before I knew anything else, the button was pressed and my webcam was on. I saw my startled, shaky face pop up in the black box for a few seconds before quickly I put my hand over the webcam and I covered it with a firm grip. The person started typing again.
"Now that I've seen what you look like, wow. Move your hand right now. I need you to see this."
I didn't oblige, and if anything, I further tightened my grip on the webcam camera. By this stage, my instincts started to kick in, and I realized how fucked up this whole situation was. Whoever this was must have been hacking my computer somehow. I decided to press the power off button on the side of my computer. It didn't work. How can the power button on my computer not work? I watched in terror as the person typed again.
"I told you, if you tried to do that again, something bad would happen. I don't think you understand how serious I am, Jordan."
I felt my soul leave my body. Jordan was my name. They somehow got information on who I am. I never told them my name or anything about myself, and all of a sudden, I could see them begin to type again.
"Look, I mean you no harm. If you just show your face and let me see your reaction, I'll leave you alone."
I decided to do something very stupid. Going through it in my head, what was the worst that could happen if they saw my face? They might actually leave me the hell alone. And my grip loosened and I slowly moved my hand from covering the webcam. My worried expression now showed on the screen for this crazy person to see, and the user started to type again.
Perfect. Enjoy.
Enjoy what? I thought in my head. I stared at the screen for what might have been minutes, and absolutely nothing happened. Only thing that I could do was look at my own trembling face. Eventually, the other screen started to flicker, and it appeared that this user had now turned on their webcam. I couldn't make out what I was looking at. There was a dim light and also some glass, but I then suddenly heard the opening of a door. I now realized what I was looking at. It appeared that this camera feed was coming from the inside of a car. Whoever was on the other end had left the webcam of what I presumed was a laptop facing towards the car door. And when the car door opened, I gasped as I saw a figure in a dark hooded coat just stand there menacingly. They leaned in and looked directly into the webcam. I could see that they were wearing a dark ski mask. The person then raised their hand slowly and waved directly at the camera, directly at me. The person then did a quick 180-degree turn and began to walk the opposite direction away from the car. And as the person visibly got smaller, I could see more and more about where this person was parked as they left the car door open. In the darkness, I could vaguely make out some garden decorations and a house number 16 that was illuminated by the dim streetlights. It was at that moment when it hit me. I was horrified to see that this person had parked his car outside of Jason's house. I could see from the webcam in the car that this dark figure was just standing outside his front door in the middle of the night, and the hooded person appeared to press on the doorbell. I ran straight to my phone, which was on my desk behind me, to call Jason. I needed to warn him not to open the door. My brain was still processing all that was happening. How did this person know about Jason's address? The phone rang for what felt like years. No answer. I tried to call again. No answer. I muttered, "No, no, 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 no!" under my breath, the no's gradually getting louder as the seriousness of this messed up situation hit me. I ran outside and got in my car. Frantically, I began to drive to Jason's house. He only lived a few minutes away from me, so I knew that I could get there fast. And on my way there, I called the police. I tried to explain the situation to them, but I was panicking so much that every other word was mumbled. They understood enough to send help to Jason's house as soon as possible. And as I turned the corner to Jason's street, I looked right towards his house. To my shock, the car from which I was witnessing this whole thing was no longer there. Jason's front door was visibly left wide open, and I bursted out of my car and ran into his house. "Jason! Jason! Jason!" I called out into the many rooms of his home. I wildly looked around his house, but there was no sign of Jason anywhere. I checked the basement, the toilets, the closets, everywhere you could think of. Jason was nowhere to be seen. Everything became blurry. The anxiety, the panic, the fear, it all began to get too much, and mentally I couldn't take it. My friend was gone and I had no idea where he was. A thought hit me in amongst my emotional breakdown. I still didn't end the chat that I was in with whoever this creep was. Maybe there was a chance the webcam was still on and I could figure out where he went. I sprinted back to my car and started to hurry home. I was going about 20 miles over the limit, but the journey felt like it lasted a lifetime. And after getting home, I bursted out of my car without even locking it. Suddenly, I slowed down as I noticed a small piece of cloth located just outside my front door. My heart was in my mouth as slowly as I approached this dark red cloth. It was placed by my front door without any real care. My eyes were drawn to a piece of paper that was tucked under the cloth. I could see that on the opposite side of this piece of paper, there was a writing. Rapidly, I flipped the paper over. It read, "Show me something I might not want to see." The words chilled my spine. Slowly, I began to unravel the cloth with my shaky hands. The cloth felt really wet, but it needed to be opened one way or another. Something slipped out of the cloth and then hit the floor with a mush sound. I looked under the cloth I was holding and then began to scream. A human hand had fallen out of the piece of cloth. The hand was covered in blood, and there was an item located next to the body part. It was a wristband. Jason's wristband. I screamed in horror, and I fell to my knees as the realization hit me. It's been a few months since this event. The police conducted searches in the local area. However, they never found Jason. I told them about everything that happened regarding the chat room and the messages, and they didn't help at all. I moved back in with my dad shortly after this event, and I also sold my computer after doing a factory reset. I couldn't find the link to the chat room that I'd previously been in, so what was the point anymore? So much about that night doesn't make sense. I play it over in my mind every single day, but I can't figure it out. Can anyone help me rationalize this? There's only one thing that ultimately matters. I lost my best friend, the person who was always there for me. I haven't given up on you, Jason. If you're still out there, I promise I will find you. Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. I guess you could trace my current situation back to two factors: my New Year's resolution and my weakness to aggressive marketing. It started this Christmas that I returned home after a long time. It was nice to see my family after being abroad and constantly on the road working. Unfortunately, my employment makes me travel a lot. You see, I'm a public relations manager for a big company, and this forces me to be in all kinds of different places, just all over the world. Of course, I don't complain, and traveling is always a beautiful experience. But you can get homesick pretty easily. Now, having traveled pretty much everywhere this year, I managed to attend all sorts of events, mainly musical concerts, from bands that very rarely visit my home place. From Muse to Dream Theater to my childhood love, which was Manowar, and then back to rock music with Sum 41. I am sharing these moments because they were what flared up my old passion, the love I used to have for playing music myself. After spending the first few holiday nights at my parents' place, I got to their basement and rediscovered my old electric guitar and my amplifier that I had almost forgotten there for more than 6 years. You can imagine that the playing was very clumsy, but I managed to pull out some chords and basic melodies. My job had made me forget about music, but now that I have found my passion again, I vowed not to lose it again. It was honestly a wholesome moment when I managed to relearn some old songs and play them while singing out with the family like we did back when I was just a kid. Unfortunately, reality hits you no matter what you do. And while preparing for my flight home, I did pack my guitar and a small practice amp that I had just bought, but I knew I wouldn't play with them that much. Next week, I would have to travel again, and my schedule would be really busy. So to be realistic, I would very rarely even touch the guitar. But nevertheless, I had started looking for some guitar gear, and since Google is smarter than me, while I was doing my research, it started bombarding me with ads about small portable instruments that you could easily learn. And normally, I just ditch such kinds of ads. But this time, they looked interesting. A small instrument that didn't need extensive practicing and that I could play with any time? This actually sounded practical and interesting, and the prices weren't too shabby either. I started by getting a kalimba that I saw on Facebook. My order arrived around 2 weeks after I made it, but of course, with all my traveling, I got to actually unbox it much later than planned. It was definitely as hype-worthy as advertised, but it definitely was fun. Of course, the 2 hours of practice and you're going to master it was a total bullcrap. But I used my knowledge in music theory and became pretty good at it soon. I actually took it to my next trip and managed to play with it during the short time that I was in the hotel. After that, I got hooked. I decided to make a small collection from all the pop-up ads that I was getting on my social media. Tongue drums, flutes, mini practice guitars, and mini saxophones, you name it. It was quite a fun hobby to have, and my friends were impressed by all these instruments, especially the more exotic ones. I have to be honest though, I was also proud with all the toys that I had accumulated. In the back of my mind, I kinda thought I was hoarding on useless stuff, but in general, I was very pleased that I had restarted to play music, and with a bit of effort, I managed to keep my collection tactful and neat. It was nice when I was packing for work trips now. After gathering the necessary clothes and items, I would briefly go through my instruments and pick which one I would love to play more this week. Honestly, it was like a child selecting the toys that it wanted to get for a vacation with its parents. Eventually, however, as it always happens with collectors, I run out of things to collect. It wasn't that there were no more instruments for me to buy, but basically, everything I could get was a different version of the same thing. I might be an impulsive buyer, but I still had the understanding to not get random stuff just to get my fix. I did want, however, to find some other instrument that I might have missed. From pop-up ads, I turned to more proactive ways and started to search myself. I got a few things that I had never ever seen before, but eventually these ran out as well. And I was pretty certain that I had gathered all there was. But something in me still wanted to search for something so exotic that was just not sold commercially. A limited edition musical instrument just for the selected few. I had a stupid idea that seemed so silly that I was not even daring to tell somebody else. They would laugh at my naivety. I kinda wish I had done so now. Me becoming the laughing stock of my peers would perhaps be enough to stop me from actually following my stupidity. I knew that in the dark web one can find supposedly anything. Although I had never navigated it myself, I always thought that this anything was just referring to drugs, snuff films, excessive violent scenes, and other deranged projections of the human psyche. I really didn't believe you would find simple things, such as musical instruments, in a place like that. For me, music has always been about harmony and artistic expression, with the occasional heavy metal inner turbulent shakedown. What did those have to do with murdered puppies and live-streamed awful scenes? In the end, however, I indulged in my curiosity. I started navigating the dark web. At first, it was completely pointless as I had no idea what I was doing. But I persevered, and in the end, I started understanding how to work around the complexity of the web. At first, I got normal stuff, good guitars, basses, and others, in an awfully cheap price, which made me question their authenticity. But in time, things got progressively disturbing. I visited websites that said that they had traditional string instruments with animal intestines instead of PVC strings, exactly as they were meant to be played from the start, as one of them claimed. I don't know how PETA would react to such. One of them even claimed to use strings made from humans as they produce a warmer tone with much more sustain. I didn't really believe this crap, but it was bizarre. And from strings to percussion, I can't really describe how many websites advertise using real skins of animals or humans as the drum surface. Some even claim to be utilizing a setup of wood and bones for the rest of the instrument. I was ready to close the browser software for good when I got a pop-up. The irony struck me hard. It had started with pop-up ads, and now, after so long, I got another one, in a place that a few months ago I wouldn't even be thinking of visiting. It was an ocarina. That was almost enough to turn me down already. Don't get me wrong, I love the ocarina sound, but I have gotten many myself already over the past few months. So I was almost ready to close the ad and then go to bed, but I decided to read the rest of it just because. "Not your typical ocarina," said the ad. "Yeah, right. I've heard this before. It's like all marketing specialists graduated from the same school. This ocarina has been handcrafted just for you, and we make one unique instrument with exactly the tone you would desire. There never was or never will be another instrument like this produced ever again. We take pride in making one instrument for every customer." Interesting. I had no idea how they would do that, so my skepticism kept me from going to the purchase window still. Have you ever owned an instrument that you cannot hear, but you can feel with every single molecule of your body? Well, try us. The infusion ocarina is truly a work of art, specially made for you, the most demanding musician. 30-day window return policy, no questions asked. Are you ready to take your music to the next level? Well, shit. That was intriguing, I cannot deny. And it was just $50. So, worst case scenario, I would just throw it away or return it. No big deal. It wouldn't be the first time anyway. I did check to see if that too was made from any freaky material, and I was pleased to see that it was just made from maple and ebony. I moved on to the customize and purchase option. There, I had to laugh. There were no questions about what kind of sound I liked or what other preferences I had. It just asked for a few general questions, but not anything too personal. It was more like making a sketch of my character than getting my preference. I really didn't think their claims were legit at this point, but I continued anyways. The last part was the mailing window, and it was the strangest thing so far. The thing would arrive in approximately 2 weeks, during which time I would be on another job trip in Netherlands. Therefore, I gave the address of my local post office so that I would receive the parcel after coming home. And the moment that I clicked on the location I wanted, the system changed it automatically. The address given was the address of my hotel in Netherlands. What the hell? How was that even possible? I tried adding the delivery address that I wanted again, and it switched back by itself. This was mesmerizing, and honestly, scary. I had the bright idea of changing the preferred delivery date to a day that I would be home, and this time, my address was not messed up with. I was really scared that the retailer apparently knew personal info that I had never given, and at this moment, I really wanted to just stop everything and never get in that site again. But I figured out that, since they already knew that much about me, I might as well order. And now, I really wanted to know how deep the rabbit hole was, and so I purchased it. I remember while pressing the confirm button that I was reading reviews from other customers. You have to get this. It's a lifetime experience. My life was changed forever. Any other music is simply inferior. I was now so curious about that mysterious thing that I couldn't wait. I opted for the fastest delivery date, and sure enough, I received the parcel a few weeks later from the receptionist of my hotel in Netherlands. Back in my room, I opened the package. The ocarina was colored partially light brown and partially black, basically the colors of the woodwork used. When I turned it around, however, I read the capitals JM written in dark red color with calligraphic letters. My initials. Why were they written on it? I had never given my real name. How much did those people know about me anyway? I should have never played that damn thing. But I almost felt like I wasn't controlling my body as I was bringing the ocarina to my mouth, and I played the first note. I could hear nothing with my ears. However, I felt chills throughout my entire body. It was like the sound was coming from within me, and I could only listen to it in my head. It felt like my soul was pulsating instead of the air, producing an otherworldly soundless tune. I had to keep playing. I already knew how to play an ocarina, and the infusion was tuned like a normal one. I played songs that I had learned before, but it felt like I was hearing them for the first time. It was the most melodic thing that I have ever heard, but it was also terrifying. It felt like I was running through all human emotions at the same time. I was happy. I was scared, depressed, and shocked at the same time. All the sounds had faded around me, and it seemed like I had my heartbeat and my blood pulse for percussion, perfectly in tune with my ocarina. I had never felt like this before, experiencing every emotion that I have ever had in one go. I finished my last song, tears streaming down my face. I heard a car passing by, and the normal sound it makes sounded like a cacophony of a million terrible things. I cringed so hard at the noise, then I collapsed. When I woke up, I realized that any kind of sound seemed false to me. I tried playing with a kalimba that I had with me. It sounded awfully out of tune, and the normally soothing tunes were now all the wrong sounds. Even my own voice echoed like a banshee's in my ear. I looked at the ocarina. It was on the floor where it had fallen after I had faded out. I picked it up and hesitantly played it again. The feelings overwhelmed me again, like they had done before. It was the only beautiful sound in the whole world. That night, I didn't sleep well. I was ravaged by nightmares of dark figures haunting me and mocking me. In fact, since that fateful day, I haven't been able to sleep in peace. I've been having constant nightmares since then, and they get worse by the night. My life hasn't been going better as well. I am constantly tired by the loss of sleep, and the worst thing is that I grew to hate every single sound in the world. I tried getting back to my beloved guitar back home, and it was so terrible that I honestly felt that the noise it made as I was breaking it into pieces was almost better. Same thing with all the other instruments. Pieces of junk, all of them. I tried to find comfort in the arms of my beloved girlfriend, but she wouldn't understand why I didn't want to listen to a word she said. She tried to comfort me, but her annoying voice was unbearable now. But it was actually a voice which used to make me smile every morning when I woke up. I sent her away, telling her that if she didn't shut up, I would go insane. And she left me, wiping tears uncontrollably and cursing me loudly as I was covering my ears to avoid the noise. The sleep deprivation was getting to me. I started mixing the creatures that I was seeing in my dreams with reality. I started believing they were real and were drawn to me by the tunes of my ocarina. And for some reason, this makes so much sense when I think about it. Honestly, I hope they are, so that I will get to stop suffering from this awful, noisy, and out-of-tune world. My only happiness came from playing the ocarina, and while I was at it, all my demons would subside, and all the outer sounds would stay silent. My entire existence was focused into my art. I would play it until I had no breath left, and then collapse on my bed, where legions of unspeakable things would then haunt me, until I eventually woke up, drenched in sweat. I did manage to find a small comfort, however. In a desperate move, I pressed 2 pencils deep in my ears, destroying my eardrums forever. The pain was unbearable, and I was screaming like a wounded monster. But finally, everything went silent. After I called the ambulance, I remember smiling, since I was finally in total silence. The pain was excruciating, but at least it was quiet. And after my admission to the hospital, I was brought for psychiatric evaluation. Fortunately, I was able to go home and was prescribed some medication. I accepted it, although I knew already that it wouldn't work. And since then, I've stayed home. I am permanently deaf now, but that's the least of my problems. The drugs are of course not working, and the demons in my head are more real than ever before. And I live every day in fear and pain. Each morning is worse than the previous, and I don't know how much time I have before I go completely insane. The only thing I have left is my ocarina. I am playing it from dawn to dusk. It keeps the fear away and helps me find some serenity. Some will argue that this was the cause of my fall, but when I play it, the world truly seems like a better place. All in all, despite some minor inconveniences that come with this instrument, the end result is the most life-changing experience that you've ever experienced. There is nothing quite like it. I strongly recommend you get one of those. It has truly made me happy. I have always found creepy, mysterious things fascinating. I always have, even as a kid. My parents used to put me to bed by telling me scary stories. Scary stories about monsters, vampires, witches, and ghouls. And I like to refer to these kinds of stories as old school scary stories. These are nothing like the stories you hear about nowadays with murderers and kidnappers. Unlike vampires and monsters, murderers and kidnappers are actually real, making it more frightening. Old school scary stories never scared me that much because I knew that none of those were real. It was fake. It was all fake. After all, there's no point in being scared of things that aren't real, right? Well, that's initially what I told myself whenever I would get scared. However, I had no idea what lay in store for me as I got older. I'm currently 20 years old, and I live alone just outside of town in a tiny apartment. I'm a student with a part-time job, so a tiny apartment is sadly all I can afford. And my best friend Emily comes to visit me sometimes. We have been best friends since middle school. Emily and I had decided to have a sleepover at my place this weekend. Emily was going to sleep on an air mattress while I took the bed. And the days leading up to the weekend consisted of studying, working, and sleeping. And when Friday finally showed up, I got excited. I waited until Emily was done working her shift, and then she came over to my apartment. It was around 8 p.m. when she turned up. We had something to eat and sat down to watch a movie. When the movie was done, the clock struck 11 p.m. Emily went to the bathroom while I started tidying up a bit. But my phone suddenly vibrated. I didn't check it at first because I thought nothing of it. But little did I know, that would be the biggest mistake of my life. After I was done tidying up, I realized that Emily had spent an unusual amount of time inside the bathroom. I grew a little concerned about her absence, but I quickly shoved it away, reassuring myself that she was probably just fixing her makeup or something. I sat down on the couch and checked my phone. It was a snap from Emily. She had sent me a picture. That's odd, I thought to myself. The concerned feeling I had a moment ago came back stronger. I tried reassuring myself again. Maybe she had sent me a snap to show me that she was fine. I opened the snap. I screamed, and I was horrified. How could this have happened? I was right here. Tears started streaming down my face. I was sitting on the couch shaking like a chihuahua. The snap contained a picture of an unconscious Emily with the words, "Looks like your friend needed a timeout." I rushed to the bathroom as quickly as possible. That was probably a dumb decision, but at that point, I didn't even care because I had to help Emily. And when I opened the bathroom door, there was no sign of anyone. There wasn't even a sign of a break-in or an open window or nothing. How on earth could someone have broken into my home? I had been in the apartment all day, and I started panicking. I had to call the police, and I pulled out my phone and dialed the emergency number. A policeman picked up the phone. "Hello, what's your emergency?" And I answered hurriedly. Hello, my name is Mia Cavanaugh. I live at 34 Park Hill Avenue. My friend Emily Fieldman has gone missing. You need to hurry, please." And the policeman on the other line replied, "Okay, we'll be there right away." I hung up the phone and sat down on the couch. My phone vibrated again. I knew I had to look, but I didn't want to. I picked up the phone and saw another snap from Emily. I opened it. It was a picture of a terrified Emily with a knife held to her throat and a person with a black mask standing behind her. On the picture it read, "Be careful what you say to the police, or this girl gets it." I tried to study the background, but I couldn't make out anything. It was all black behind them, and the picture had been taken with a blitz showing only Emily and the other person in the mask. From the looks of it, the person in the mask seemed to be a man. Regardless, how did they know that I had spoken to the police literally seconds after I hung up the phone? Well, at least I had evidence now because of the picture they had sent me. But a thought quickly appeared in my head. If they knew that I had spoken to the police, then they would have found out if I had shown the police this picture. And if they had found out about it, then they would kill Emily. I had to find the perpetrators on my own, or else I'm afraid Emily was going to die. The police showed up about 10 minutes after our phone call. I opened the door and greeted them, and I knew I had to lie to them, so I said, "It was a false emergency. Emily had to go to the store without me knowing. I am terribly sorry." The police I had talked to on the phone looked stern and replied, "Are you sure? Because if that's the case, you have a risk of facing a $1,000 fine or ending up in prison." I answered, "Yeah, I'm sure. I am so sorry. I really did think she was gone." The policeman sighed and said, "Well, you sounded pretty concerned on the phone, so we believe you. We'll let you off with a warning this time, but if it happens again, you'll be charged with a $1,000 fine. Worst case scenario, there is a possibility of you ending up in jail, so please be careful when you're calling us for emergencies." I then replied, "Yes, absolutely, it won't happen again. Goodbye." The policeman answered, "Goodbye, have a safe night and take care of yourselves." The police then left and I closed the door. My phone vibrated again. I knew who it was immediately. I looked at it, a snap from Emily, and I opened it. There was a picture of Emily tied up in a chair. Her eyes were red and puffy like she had been crying a lot. And the text on the picture read, "Good job, love. We'll reward you for your cooperation." I sighed and thought, what reward are they talking about? I'm not even sure if I wanted a reward. My phone vibrated again. Another snap from Emily. This time, it was a picture of a warehouse with some cars in it with a text saying, "This is your first clue as to where Emily is hiding." The picture that I had got was from a warehouse, but it was dark and it was hard to make out where it was. I suddenly spotted some cars lined up in the far back, and those cars looked really familiar. That's when a thought popped into my head. Of course, they're in the abandoned warehouse for cars. That used to be me and Emily's hangout spot when we needed a break from the world. And I knew what I had to do. I drove my car to the old warehouse and parked it outside the building. I went in, but nothing. The sun had gone down, so naturally, the warehouse was pitch black. The only sound that could be heard was my footsteps as I tried to find my way in the darkness. And I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. And I tried to find a light switch, but I had no luck. I walked further in and discovered a door. I opened it, and on the left side of the door on the wall was a light switch. I flicked the switch, but there was no light. Of course, I thought to myself. This place is abandoned. There's no electricity here. And in the middle of the room was a chair. I approached the chair cautiously. I was afraid someone was going to jump out of the darkness and then kidnap me too, but nothing happened. I looked at the chair and realized that this had been the chair that Emily was tied to, but she wasn't there. Hello? I said, getting nervous. I did what you asked me to. Now, where's Emily? But to my dismay, no one answered. My eyes then fell upon the cars that were lined up, and I spotted a note hanging on the windshield. I made my way to the cars and took the note. It read, "Here's your second clue." I turned the note around, but there was nothing there. And I looked up trying to spot something, but the room only held a chair and the cars. My phone vibrated. I took it out knowing who it was. Another snap from Emily. I opened it to be faced with a tree. Why in the world would it be of a tree? I studied the background as well as the tree, and that's when I realized it. That was the tree that Emily and I had carved into the wood that we would be best friends forever. I recognized that one of the branches had grown in an odd way, but that's what made it special. That's what made me and Emily choose that tree. I just really wish that I was right and not that the kidnappers had taken a picture of just another tree. I had to try for Emily's sake. I drove to where the forest was and then parked it up in the parking lot by the entrance to the woods. I got out and started to walk up that all too familiar path. While walking further into the forest, a flashback suddenly hit me. A flashback from the first time Emily and I walked here together. Some boys in our class chased us all the way up here because they wanted to beat us up. So we ran from them and hid in the woods. And that's when we decided that we would be best friends forever. After walking for a while, I had to turn away from the path and head into the thick forest, where there was no path to guide me anymore. This walk took longer than I had remembered. Because of everything that had happened, it felt like 1 minute lasted for 20 minutes. I started to pray to God to keep Emily safe and that I would find her in time. And to be quite honest, I wasn't really a Christian, but I was just so desperate. It was better to be safe than sorry, so I started to run because I wanted to spend as less time as possible. I got there soon enough after my little run, but there was nobody there. I walked up to the tree and I found the carving. Our carving. E plus M equals BFF. Looking at it, I smiled, remembering the good times. I traced my finger alongside the E in the carving. And that's when my emotions got the best of me. I started to cry. I hugged the tree, wishing it was Emily who stood in my arms and not the tree. And after I had cried a whole lot, I had to start looking for clues. I stopped hugging the tree and I began my hunt. After a little while with no luck, my phone vibrated again. Yet another snap from Emily. I pulled out my phone and opened the snap. I could tell that the picture was taken in our schoolyard, in the place where Emily and I first met each other. I couldn't see Emily in the picture though, and that freaked me out. I placed my phone in my pocket and I had to get there as fast as I could, so I ran down to my car and then I drove off. I parked my car in the school's parking lot and then I got out. I had to find Emily. It was the only thing on my mind right now. I started walking down the schoolyard. I couldn't see anything. My head turned to the side. And that's when I spotted the place, which was where the picture was taken. My first encounter with Emily. And all the memories came flooding back. The same old tiny shed with the same old tree beside it. I walked towards it. I had a feeling that I would find my next clue, or better yet, Emily in there. And as I got closer, I noticed someone had left the door to the shed ajar. I opened the door to the shed and looked inside. It was dark, but the room was illuminated by the moon. There was a desk and a chair standing in the middle of the room. I walked to the desk and found a note. The note read, "Final destination is Emily's place. Can you reach us in time?" I waited for the distinctive sound of the Snapchat notification. Nothing happened. I couldn't stand here all night, so I ran back to my car and then sped off towards Emily's place. I sat the whole trip just hoping that Emily was okay, and I couldn't think of anything else. I reached Emily's place as fast as I could, and I ran inside. There was nobody there. I admit that maybe barging into Emily's home, like I just did, wasn't the greatest idea. But I was desperate. I tried to call out Emily's name, but no one answered. I searched downstairs for her, but to no avail. I went upstairs, but could not see anything. And her room was the last room that I checked. She had to be there. Of course. Why did I not look in there at first? I am so stupid, I thought to myself while opening the door. And what greeted me next horrified me. Emily's dead body lay on the floor. I ran over to her and held her limp body in my arms. I started sobbing. I couldn't believe it. How could this happen? I hugged her even though I knew she wouldn't hug me back, and I sat there for what felt like an eternity, hugging her tight, like I would never let her go. I had lost my dearest best friend, the one who was always there for me, the one who knew more about me than anyone else. I spotted her computer while I sat hugging her. It was turned on. I lay Emily gently down on the ground again, and I went to investigate it. When I got to her computer, I saw that it was logged into the dark web. Did she use the dark web? The chat was opened, where I could see that she had been talking to a hacker who threatened her. I crossed out the page because it was just too menacing to watch. When the page disappeared, I found some videos of me on her computer. I pressed play on one of them, and it showed me while I looked for her in my apartment. There was another video of me when I was at the warehouse, and another one of me when I was in the woods hugging the tree. They filmed me while I searched for Emily, and that's how they knew when to send me snaps. I looked up and found screenshots of Emily and I's chat, the times when we talked about the places that I had been to tonight, like the tree and the place we first met. That's how they knew that these places meant something to us. "What is this?" I said to myself, overwhelmed with everything that I was seeing. My phone vibrated suddenly. I took it out and I looked at it. Another snap from Emily. My heart started to beat faster, and a tear fell from my eye. I got so scared. I knew who it was. I plucked up what was left of my courage once again, and I opened it. It was a picture of me from behind. And I suddenly heard Emily's closet door creak open. I whipped my head around and gasped. It couldn't be. Some people are terrified of going on the dark web. Most people wouldn't even know where to begin. But me? I've gotten way too comfortable searching the bowels of the deep web and its darkest corners of depravity. I work as a fence of sorts, taking advantage of most people's technical ineptitude. I make a profit from selling illicit items to folks in my hometown. Once upon a time, I got these things from other sources. But nowadays, you can get anything and I mean anything, delivered to your door with a click of a mouse. It's cheap and surprisingly reliable. There's no such thing as morals when you have a job like I do, selling all manner of questionable items. I guess because of that, you could argue that I deserved what happened to me. I was sitting in my home office, feeling bored and lonely. Having a 2-story 4-bedroom house with a giant backyard is kind of pointless when you have nobody to share it with. And the thought occurred to me again that I should get a dog. People on Instagram and Facebook had dogs, and they all looked content and happy with their lives, out in the sun playing frisbee and rolling around on blankets in the grass. Why couldn't that be me? It had been a while since I had a real girlfriend too, so the thought of using the pooch as an icebreaker for talking to women also crossed my mind, and I got up the courage to finally do it. Then and there, deciding to get a puppy that I could raise up to be a loyal and faithful companion, to share my big house, which felt so empty. And without really thinking about it, I did what I always did when I wanted to buy something. I opened the Tor browser on my laptop and went to my favorite illicit site. For some reason, the idea of going to a normal website or to a breeder or pet store didn't cross my mind until later. In retrospect, that would have made a lot more sense. I typed in dog in the search bar, but only one ad came up, and I clicked on it. Puppy for sale. Purebred Southern Wolfhound, $500, will deliver. There was a picture of a very cute little black dog. I had never heard of a Southern Wolfhound before. It didn't look like one that I had ever seen. And then again, I didn't know much about dogs. Not being one for shopping around, I punched in my credit card info and clicked on the buy button. A few days later, a wide-eyed and nervous-looking delivery man knocked on my door. At his feet sat an oversized dog crate that was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen within it. His trembling hands passed me a tablet, and I signed for the delivery and brought the heavy crate into my house. The dog was a lively one, I thought to myself. When I picked up the crate, it started moving restlessly inside, feeling more like a giant python than a puppy. Its weight didn't seem to match what I had seen in the picture. I wondered briefly if there had been some sort of shipping mistake, and I almost ran back after the delivery guy. But when I opened it up, there it was. An adorable black puppy wandered out hesitantly and then ran over to me. My fears were instantly assuaged as the little scamp began to lick my face, and I fell on my back laughing. I let it jump on me, and we rolled on the ground and played on the floor for a while. A smile stretched wide across my face, and I felt truly happy as I played with the little dog. I took the puppy around the house for a tour, showing him the upstairs first, my bedroom and the office, and he sniffed around the guest room that I had never used, and another that was for storage. I showed him the basement to the little bed that I had bought for him, and he didn't seem particularly interested in it. The strangest thing about the puppy was his weight. He was a hefty little guy. When I tried to pick him up, he weighed a ton, and it didn't make sense. The more I thought about it, the more it made me feel uncomfortable and jittery, like the dog was a hole in the universe leading to unreality, a black hole leading to some other dark place that I didn't want to see. Trying not to dwell too much on that, mostly because It made my brain feel like it was going to turn into scrambled eggs if I did. I decided to take my new puppy out for a walk at the park. I tried to put the leash on him that I had recently bought, but it never seemed to fasten quite right. It was like the collar was too small for him, but it wasn't. I could see that clearly. My mind felt fragmented and wrong as I struggled with it, seeing two realities for a split second. In one reality, I could see my puppy. The other image was like a piece of rolled glass in a shattered mirror, revealing a tremendous wolf-like hound. Its fur was missing in places, bone and exposed muscle peeking out from between its haunches and ribs. The beast's ancient knowing face was full of sharp teeth, bared and snarling at me. Wise, experienced eyes stared through my soul, milky white with cataracts, and dirt was all over the hound and old blood like it had been digging in a graveyard. Soon, we were walking down the street to the park, despite the fact that I had no memory of leaving my house. The puppy was back to being a puppy, and he was off-leash, I noticed. Still, he seemed to be managing well enough. He was staying close by me and was quick to respond when I called to him. It was as if he was already well trained despite his young age. So I decided to just continue on and kept walking towards the park with him. It was a Tuesday afternoon and it was quiet outside, and I didn't see anyone until we got there. Once we got to the park, I saw a few other people were out walking with their dogs in a large open space. It was a huge grassy field, and people would often let their dogs off leash despite the official rules to the contrary. So, I didn't feel as out of place with the pup roaming free there as I had been walking down the street with him. At first, nobody noticed us. But then, the dogs picked up the puppy's scent, one by one. They perked up their ears and stood stock still, staring at us. And they appeared terrified. My little pup, who I hadn't even had time to name yet, began to run towards them. I saw the stunned faces of the dog's owners. Their jaws dropped and they looked suddenly horrified for some reason. I didn't understand it. My dog was just a little puppy. They turned and began to flee. What were they so afraid of? I wondered, chasing after the little guy. And that's when it happened again. A little piece of my life went missing. 1 second, I was there in the park running after the dog, and the next, we were back home again. It was as if I had just lost the last little bit of my life. It seemed like just a second before, we had been in the park and I had been calling after my puppy as he ran away from me, chasing after him. But now, we were back in my living room watching television, an old rerun of The Office on Netflix. Pulling out my cell phone, I checked the time and it was 4:30 p.m. More than 2 hours had passed. I looked down to see the puppy was at my feet, sleeping soundly. At least he was safe. But that didn't make the blackout that I had just experienced feel any better. "What happened, boy?" I asked the dog, as if he would be able to tell me. He just kept snoring, and I noticed that there was blood on his paws and on his face. Feeling more scared than I had been in a long time, I tried to recall what had happened. Nothing came back to me, no matter how hard I searched my memories. And this had never happened before, and it really frightened me. I hoped my memories would come back to me, but they never did. And worse yet, over the following weeks it happened again and again, the blackouts. Every time that I left the house with a dog, my life would seem to disappear. Time would disappear. I would step out the door, then find myself immediately back inside with hours missing from my day. The blank periods would get longer and longer, and after a couple weeks, I was up to missing 8-hour chunks from my life, which I could remember no details from. It seemed to always be when I left the house, so I started doing that less and less, hiding indoors and never leaving my home. I ordered my groceries delivery, and I became a hermit. The puppy seemed content though, and he was growing at a rapid pace. Despite the fact that we spent all hours together, even I could notice the changes. Overnight, he seemed to sprout up a couple inches, and every morning I would see he was bigger than before. And when I looked at the dog, every worry that I had about the missing fragments of my life disappeared. Only the puppy mattered. He was what was important. The warmth I felt when I was holding him, and how he looked at me like I was the only thing that mattered to him as well. Eventually, my friends started to get concerned about me. My old buddy Tom called, saying that he hadn't seen me in a while. I told him that I was fine, I just didn't want to leave the house because I had a new puppy. Telling him the truth didn't occur to me, but maybe I should have. Maybe I could have prevented what happened next. I didn't ask Tom to come over. He just stopped by one evening, a day or two after our phone call. We were such good friends that he didn't even wait for me to answer after knocking on the door. He just walked in. The dog had grown considerably by that point, and he stood up at attention when Tom walked in, and the wolfhound immediately bolted for the front door. My old friend was halfway through saying, "Hello," before he began to scream. Again, the world fragmented and split, and I saw two versions of my dog. One of them was the cute little guy that I knew and loved, and the other was the decaying graveyard hellhound that I had glimpsed before. Massive and mangy, missing bits of flesh and fur, and eager to attack. Before Tom had a chance to run, my dog was on him. The hellhound was on him. He jumped up on him, knocking him to the ground, and quickly, he was on his neck with his paws and ripped the flesh from his face while he screamed and clawed at the door, trying to escape. I ran over to pull the dog off my old friend, and when I reached out to grab him, to try to stop him as he tore muscle from bone and gouged out Tom's eyes with his teeth, he snapped at me. The sharp teeth scraped off my fingers, and I looked down horrified to see a glimpse of my own shiny white phalanges staring back at me, hair-covered knuckle flesh dangling limply from the exposed bone. I recoiled from him, screaming, and ran. Tom was already dead by the time that I got upstairs. His screams cut short as the evil wolf ripped out his larynx. Slamming the door to my office shut behind me, I locked the door. I am back in my office where all this started. I'm terrified to go back out that door, now that a hellhound has a taste of my flesh. I doubt that he'd be able to resist. I can hear him sniffing and scratching outside already, hungry again after consuming every last bit of my oldest and best friend. There wasn't much to do other than wait for my inevitable demise, so I decided to browse the dark web again. I wanted to see something. I went back to the same hidden site again, navigating through a series of back doors to get there, clicking secret icons, hidden and obscure websites. And once I arrived there, I typed the word dog into the search bar again. The same exact ad came up, identical. Puppy for sale, purebred southern wolfhound, $500 will deliver. This time, I decided to send a direct message to the seller, someone named Lycan. I said, "Hey, I bought one of your dogs and it just killed my friend. I'm pretty sure it's eating my memories too." Lycan answered,
The creature you have purchased is no dog. It's a Variocolocus, an undead creature which sustains itself on flesh and blood, like a werewolf zombie, kinda.
I answered, "Sounds more like a zombie werewolf to me. Can I please have a refund?" And Lycan said,
No, all sales are final.
Lycan has exited the chat. With that, he disappeared back into the ether and left me with a beast scratching at my door, trying to get in. It won't be long before he gets through the door, I'm sure. And when he gets in, I'm not sure what he'll do, but I've got a pretty good idea. When my brother Noel went missing last year, the police were of little help. They told us not to worry, that it was far more difficult to disappear than it was made to look on TV or in the movies. Most people turn up on their own after a while, and their families find out, or pretend to find out, that the missing person's life was a little less respectable than they had claimed, a little bit darker and more mysterious. Some people live two lives, and nobody knows it but them. I did my own research and found this much was true. According to statistics, the chance of abduction by a stranger was less probable than being struck by lightning. You were much more likely to be kidnapped by someone you knew, and far more likely still to not be kidnapped at all. But despite their vague assurances and unfounded assumptions, Noel never did come back. The weeks and months went by, and there was no word, and it seemed like the police had given up or forgotten about him. Digging through his belongings, I tried desperately to find something that would give a clue to his whereabouts, and his computer was the best bet, I figured, since it was where he spent the majority of his time. Noel had worked as a database specialist for a big company named Proteon, and despite the fact that he had explained what he had did to me a number of times, I never could properly figure it out. If people ask, I told them he was a computer programmer, since that was at least something most people could understand. He was an expert at assembling and troubleshooting computers, since my dad had owned a PC repair business when we were kids, and Noel had taken quickly to technology as a child. He was building machines for my dad's customers in his spare time when he was still in his teens, and later, he went to college for computer sciences and only become more proficient over the years. Lately, he'd been experimenting with app design in his spare time and had gotten pretty good at it. He had told me that he was working on one app in particular that was extremely different from anything else on the market. I had hoped that the other programmer that he had been working with would know something, but I tracked him down, and that resulted in a dead end as well. Upon meeting the guy I found, he was peculiar, a disheveled-looking Satanist who refused to make eye contact with me and offered no useful information. He told me Noel had been of great help in his project, but said the rest was top secret. So, I went home defeated once again. Noel's old computer was set up on my desk, so I turned it on and sat down, resolved to do some more digging. I logged into his email. Luckily, Google had saved all his passwords, so I didn't need to try to figure them out through impossible guesswork. And searching through his old emails, I had found a lot of junk mail. There was a correspondence with work and family and a few with friends, but nothing that gave any clue as to where he might be. If anything, they painted a picture of someone living an ordinary life, making plans for the future, with no indication of wanting to disappear. His phone had been left behind too, and I went through that as well, just looking for anything strange that stood out. But there was nothing. I sat there at my desk with my mouse in my hand for days, then weeks, looking for something, anything of use. I poured through his doc files, JPEGs, MP4s and MP3s, PDFs and every other damn file type that you can imagine, examining everything, desperately searching for some hint, some clue. And everything turned out to be a dead end. Of course, I called the police frequently as well, but they were of no help, and eventually went as far as to tell me to stop calling, saying that they would update me if they found anything. I had cursed at them furiously and hung up, and that had been the end of that. I went back on his computer one night to dig through some more file folders, and I noticed something that my eyes had scanned over in the past. An icon and the sea of icons that lived on the busy and disorganized desktop. It looked a bit like a purple onion with a slice cut out of it. I clicked on it, and a dialog box with a loading bar appeared briefly. Then, a purple window opened up that looked like a web browser, and I realized that was exactly what it was. Tor browser, it said at the top. I knew little about these things, but understood that this was an untraceable way to use the internet since it encrypted everything being done online. Thinking back, I remembered Noel talking about using Tor. He said it was much safer and that it couldn't be traced. But why would he care about being traced? I had thought at that time. Maybe there was a good reason after all. Suddenly, my cell phone chimed and I went over to it quickly and I looked at the message. It was a URL. Another text came through, and this one was a typed message from someone.
Enter the URL on Tor.
Another ding, another message.
Tell no one about this. If you contact anybody, I'm gone. I'm your only chance at finding him.
I looked at Noel's computer. That was when I noticed the little lens at the top of his monitor that was the built-in webcam. The red light was on next to it, indicating that it was recording. Someone was watching me, and they could see what I was doing on the computer as well. I was sure of it. I texted back, "Doing it now." After typing the URL exactly as instructed, the screen turned into a login for a website of some kind. I received another text.
Password is his favorite movie. You have 2 minutes.
I didn't need 2 minutes for that at least, since I knew it was Fight Club, as it had been since that movie had been released. My hands were shaking as I typed the password into the box. I was beginning to feel very concerned, but also a bit hopeful at this sudden turn of events. A chat window opened up and a message promptly appeared from someone named Shadowcat. Shadowcat said,
You're his brother, I take it.
I typed back a response quickly, afraid of losing whoever this was. It felt like they could disappear at any second back into the ether, and I would never find them again. I answered, Yes. Do you know where he is?
Yes.
I was a little confused as to why my name was appearing in the chat window as Mark, since that wasn't my name and I had never entered any identifiers. Was that an alias that Noel used online? I wondered. I asked, "Is he okay?" I took a deep breath, waiting for the answer.
More or less.
What do you want?
You'll find out soon.
Another message came through, showing another URL. Shadowcat said,
Keep chat open. Create a new window and go to the URL.
And I answered, okay. I typed in the URL and found myself at another website. It was a bit like eBay, except instead of selling old records and jewelry, people were selling guns, explosives, drugs, and some very disturbing categories of pornography. What the hell is this? Shadowcat.
Never mind your questions for now. Do what I say, or he dies.
Suddenly, an image appeared, replacing the chat window. It showed my brother Noel chained to a wall in a stressed position. He was blindfolded and gagged, but I could hear his muffled screams for help. My hands were shaking, nearly uncontrollably, now that I had to type and retype my reply several times before it made any sense. How do I know you'll give him back?
Trust me or don't. The choice is yours. If you refuse, he dies. If you do what I say, I will give him back to you unharmed.
It seemed there was no other option. I felt trapped and hopeless, depressed, in this horrible situation that I had found myself in. If I called the police, he would see me do it on the webcam. If I said no, he would kill Noel.
You have 10 seconds to decide.
And a countdown began on the screen.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Okay.
Good. Here is your shopping list. Get everything on it.
A long list of items was included next, and my eyes widened further as I read through it. What the hell is all of this for? What are you planning to do? The chat window closed suddenly, and I was left alone in my living room, my heart beating fast and hard in my chest. Only the other website remained now, the one with the black market guns and explosives, and everything else illegal that you could find, and everything else illegal that you could have delivered to your doorstep. I debated calling the police again, telling them these new developments, or even going to the police station. But what if the kidnapper found out? He obviously had ways to spy on me. Probably you'll say I'm an idiot for what I did next, but I really wanted to get my brother back. So, I filled the online shopping cart with the requested illicit items and entered my credit card information, cringing as I hit enter. I guess I would have to cancel my credit card since I didn't trust the vendors one bit, but at least that part was done. The package arrived in the mail surprisingly quickly, and as soon as I had brought it inside, I got another text message. It invited me to another chat on tour, where I was given a physical address. They said to meet them there with a package and that they would give me back my brother. I was to tell no one where I was going. It was dark by the time that I had arrived at the old warehouse in the industrial section of town. The place was abandoned, and there were no lights to illuminate the parking lot as I pulled in. My trunk had some cargo in it, that would surely get me a couple decades in prison, if not more. Terrified, I sat in my car, still gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands, despite the car being turned off, and I had no idea what was going to happen next. My cell phone chimed and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was a text message.
Come inside through the east door.
I did a bit of a quick geography to determine which way I was facing and decided that was the door that I was looking at, right in front of me. Taking a deep breath, I got out of the car. I popped the trunk and grabbed the duffel bag that I had brought with the illicit items packed inside. The gravel crunched beneath my feet as I made my way across the parking lot. My hand shook as I reached out and grasped the doorknob, turned it, and went into the dark cavernous space inside the warehouse. As difficult as it was to see outside, it was even darker in there. Taking a few more frightened steps forward, I found my eyes did not adjust to the dark. The door clanged and shut behind me, and I jumped, feeling my heart skip a beat. "Hello?" My voice echoed back behind me.
Did you bring everything?
I jumped, startled, when I heard the voice. It was raspy and high-pitched and made the hair stand up on the back of my neck at the sound of it, like fingernails across a chalkboard. Yes.
Good. Bring it this way.
Terrified, I stepped forward into the pitch blackness, unsure if I would run into something. I moved slowly and deliberately, hoping not to hurt myself.
He's got it for us.
He has it all.
Yes.
Suddenly, I realized there was not just one voice speaking, but many. They were all around me, surrounding me in the darkness, and I felt their movements in the air around me and heard sounds like the wind blowing during a thunderstorm.
Poisons.
Acids.
Knives.
Explosives.
Boomed a voice from the corner.
Guns and bullets and snake venom.
I heard them moving closer now, inching towards me. Their voices were in my ears as I backed away. "Where is my brother? Show him to me or you get nothing." I was terrified, but determined to get Noel back, come hell or high water.
Or maybe we'll keep you as well, little brother. Maybe someone will want you back badly enough to bring us more offerings, more dark treasures.
I could feel them very close now, could hear their breathing and feel their proximity to me, causing my skin to break out in goosebumps. My mind raced, desperate to think of what I could do to get out. These creatures, these demons, whatever they were, had no intention of letting me leave. And I had a sudden brainstorm. I reached out into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone. Quickly, I hit the button for the flashlight function. If there was anything these creatures would be affected by, I guess by their choice of habitat, and it would be light. "These are demons born of darkness," my lizard brain whispered. "They are not accustomed to anything but blackness." And the white light cut through the darkness like a knife. I heard screams and saw a brief haze of smoke appear. Around the edges of the light, I caught glimpses of vague forms of humanoid shapes. They recoiled from the light, and I felt and heard them moving towards me from behind. Spinning, I cast the light just in time to see one of the demons nearly face to face with me. His form was massive and bear-like, huge fangs and long sharp talons raised in the air, ready to slit my throat. His red flesh bubbled and burst open. He evaporated into a misty haze when the light hit him, screaming in a deafening baritone. Realizing that the light had the power to destroy them now, or at least send them back to hell where they came from, I spun around and round with the light, trying to incinerate them all. And I saw them flying bat-like away. Others jumped up to the high ceiling and hid in the girders and beams above. I saw something at the end of the huge space, and I shone my light that direction. It was Noel. He was shackled to a wall on the far side of the warehouse. He was gagged and blindfolded and moving. I saw dark shadows around him, moving quickly, and realized it was more of the demons guarding him. Running over towards him, I heard the sounds of more of them chasing after me, racing like monkeys across the steel beams above, matching my speed. I blasted the demons with bright light from my phone as I got closer to him. Their shadow skin began to sizzle and burst into flame, and they howled like banshees and moving away. There was no key for the chains holding him, but I was prepared. I grabbed the bolt cutters from my bag, a last-second impulse buy from my trip to the hardware store. Part of me was worried that the people that I was dealing with would not let him free willingly. I had wanted any advantage that I could get. The bolt cutters went through the chains with an effort, and the one holding his wrist snapped with a satisfying noise, and his arm fell down limply to his side. And before I could think too much about what that meant, I spun around at the sudden sound of movement behind me. I screamed as the claws of something terrible raked across my back. The demon disappeared back into the shadows above us, leaping into the air like a bat, and I saw flapping wings as it went back into the rafters. I pulled the blindfold and gag from Noel's face, and saw he was barely conscious. It felt terrible to do it, but I slapped him hard across the face to try and get him to wake up. He groaned and stared, but didn't open his eyes. And I felt a sharp pain in my neck suddenly, like knives there, and I spun around quickly again to try and catch it in the light. There was a hint of smoke as my flashlight caught the edge of it, but it was too fast and quickly disappeared again. I was suddenly feeling frantic and terrified for my life. They were becoming more bold. My hand stung after the next hard slap to Noel's face, but it accomplished what I needed. He woke up and spit blood from his mouth. Ow! What the hell? Noel, wake up! You need to hold this light. Move it around. Keep them away. It took him a few seconds to understand, but I thrust the phone in his hand anyways and began to work on the other chain holding his right wrist. His eyes were wide with fear, and his gaze darted around the room as I continued working on the chains. The one holding his other wrist snapped with an effort, and I got down on the floor to work on the shackles attached to his ankles. He was moving the flashlight around frantically, but it seemed to be working. Warm blood trickled down my neck and my back from my injuries, and I felt it turn cold on my skin. How the hell did you wind up here? I asked, once he was finally freed from the chains. That damn Satanist programmer. He summoned those things from hell. What? How? Never mind. Just let's get out of here. I took the flashlight back from him and used it as a weapon, shining it in every direction, and often just in time as I saw the demon scatter from the light like cockroaches each time that I swung it around. Once we reached the door, I threw it open, revealing the parking lot, and we ran from there as fast as we could back to the car. We had escaped, or so we thought. I wish I could say that everything is better now, that we fled from the demons in that warehouse and never saw them again. But those unnatural creatures knew no boundaries. They were not inclined to stay contained within the walls of that warehouse, and they were not pleased that we had escaped with their treasures, which I promptly dumped off at the police station, anonymously of course. Although I got my brother back, neither one of us will ever feel safe again. The lights in my home stay on all hours of the day and night now. Noelle is the same way. I sleep during the day and surround myself with lights at night, terrified until the sun comes up again. What am I afraid of, you ask? A blackout, a blown fuse, a burnt out light bulb, and they happen more and more lately. Always I see them in the shadows, waiting, watching, patient, for their chance, for darkness to fall. There hadn't been a murder in Franzburg for over 5 years, not since Old Man Weathers killed his wife over a Monopoly match gone sour, and a marriage gone even sourer. Up until last week, that was. Now, I've got 3 different files sitting on my desk with 3 different victims. They stare up at me accusingly, saying, "Solve us." I pull out my bottle of Glenfiddich from the bottom drawer and find a halfway clean glass, blowing in to get rid of any dead spiders or mouse turds. I fill it up a third of the way, then decided to hell with it and make it a double. The strong smell of it wakes my senses and burns my tongue a little at first, but in a good familiar sort of way. I admire the brown liquid in the glass for a minute, and then open one of the folders and begin to leaf through it for the umpteenth time. Each murder was spaced a couple of days apart, and the killer managed to sneak in and out of the victims' homes undetected. All 3 had their throats slit with a very sharp blade and were hung upside down in their respective residences. Their wrists and ankles were tied with thick, coarse rope. They had been left like that for hours, as if someone had been waiting for the blood to drain out, like cattle or pigs. But nobody knows where the blood went. How the hell does something like that happen in my little town? Something flares up in me momentarily, and I realize it's wounded pride. Someone has been in my town and has been killing my people, under my nose and without leaving a trace of evidence. Maybe you just can't find the evidence because you're an amateur, a hack, probably. I questioned a lot of people as one does, started with those closest to the victims, and worked my way outward trying to make connections. But murder isn't something that I have a lot of experience with. Liars, though. Liars, I can tell from a mile away. When you've been a cop long enough, you can pick 'em out easy enough. It's an acquired skill. The victims were young, in their 20s. People kill people they know. So who knew all 3 victims? Who had a motive to kill them? And how did they do it without getting caught? The first question requires some digging. It means interviews with people who don't want to talk. And I visit each victim's closest friends and family members. I find out that the 3 were all loners, with very few friends, at least not in real life. Not only that, but they knew each other. My suspicion that the murders are connected becomes a certainty. I look deeper into their lives, sussing out any details that I can find. They were all gamers, professional ones apparently, not something I had thought possible. To my surprise, when I ask about the details, the answer is always the same. Each victim was obsessed with a computer game called League of Legends. More questions lead to more answers, and eventually, after a lot of puzzle pieces coming together, I figured out how the victims were all connected. It turns out they were all in a clan together, which means they play the game together as a team. Teams in League of Legends are made up of 5 members, so that leaves 2 more people out of there, who are either potential victims or potential murderers. I have to find the other members of the clan. The 2 are like missing pieces from a jigsaw puzzle, and without them, I can't see the whole picture. So I track them down. Sarah Green is the first. She seems pleasant enough, and after inviting me inside for coffee, we talk for almost an hour, and she responds candidly and with concern for her deceased friends, but gives no useful information. "Can I get you another refill, detective?" she asked after I drained my second cup of coffee. "No, that's all right. I think I've imposed on you long enough." She walks me to the door after that and says she hopes that I will be able to find some answers. I thank her, still unsure what to make of her, and I move on to the next interview. Terry Wentworth is a chubby man with a ponytail and thick glasses. He has a patchy goatee which attempts unsuccessfully to hide a double chin with an unfortunate butt-looking cleft running down the center of it. I find myself trying not to look at it, as if to do so would be rude. "What can I do for you, officer?" he asked, looking annoyed. "I understand you played a game with these people," I say, showing him pictures of the victims. He cringes slightly. "A computer game called League of Legends, is that correct?" Yeah? So what? I played with them." Something is off already. I can tell he is more nervous, more defensive than he needs to be. But then again, some people have bad social anxiety. Maybe he's just an anxious type. "Any infighting in the clan, Terry? Problems between members?" Nope, no, I don't think so." His palms are sweating heavily, and he wipes them on his pants, leaving huge damp spots on his upper thighs. I decide to take him down to the station, make him sweat a bit more. It works. After an afternoon in that hot box, the bastard starts talking. "Sarah, it was all her idea. I didn't even do it. It was her." This is after hours of coaxing and threatening. His shirt, now completely drenched in sweat, his hair dripping like he has just stepped out of the shower. I mentioned Sarah again, saying that he was probably going to kill her next, and the guy finally cracks and turns on her. "I just found out about it and I couldn't stop her. It was already too late. Everything had already—" Slow down. Slow down. Take a deep breath. Just calm down for a second and tell me what happened. You said it was her? She killed them? He takes a deep, trembling breath and goes on. "No, she wasn't capable of that. Neither was I. But we weren't going to make it anywhere in the tournaments unless she could bring on a couple new pros. Real talent, I mean, not just friends who happen to play. The 2 of us were top-notch, but we couldn't carry the clan anymore. We kept getting knocked out early in the big tournaments. You mean you had them killed over a video game? It's not just a game. There's thousands of dollars up for grabs, man. You have no idea. Millions if you're world class. And we could have been, if not for them. But like I said, it wasn't my idea. She set it all up. I didn't find it until later when I asked her. Ask her what? Where the hell everybody was. They all just started disappearing, and new players started showing up to practice. First it was Lisa, then Graham went permanently AFK. Finally, she told me Wayne wasn't cutting it either, that he'd have to disappear next. So, what did you say? I pretended to go along with it. That's what I do sometimes if I want to find out how far gone somebody is. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but if you ever start talking to somebody and they say something really rotten, just agree with them for a minute and see what sort of depravity their mind really contains. It's kind of astonishing. It's called Police Work 101, kid. I want to say, but don't. All right, I'll buy it. You tell her you love whatever she's doing to clean up the team, and you just want in on it. And you're curious and want to help, so she tells you? Damn right she does. Like, she's proud of herself. She found an assassin on the dark web, she tells me. Some guy who'll do it practically for free. You have his name. A way to contact him. I try hard not to show my hand, but I'm getting excited at the prospect of catching this guy, and my questions come a little too fast, making him bristle momentarily. Man, I can't tell you that. If she finds out I said anything, she's coming after me next. Listen, kid. I say in my best friendly cop impersonation. You're doing the right thing here. Let me follow up on this and I'll make sure she goes away for a long time, for the rest of her life. You didn't do anything you say, right? So, you've got nothing to worry about, but you have to tell me the truth, everything. Now, who is this guy? He looks at me darkly and seems to brood on the question for a while, but eventually he answers. He explains to me how to reach the assassin and how it was all arranged. Sarah is sitting in front of the computer screen with a sad look on her face. He's going to kill all of us. Who is Sarah? She looks at the blank screen, dark, empty. Him. A shiver runs down my spine and my flesh breaks out in goose pimples. We can protect you from him, I say, but the promise rings hollow, my voice empty and false even to my own ears. No, you can't. She sighs and turns the computer on, waits for it to boot up. Within a few minutes, she has logged onto the Tor browser and is into some chat room. She types something into the window and waits. I hold my breath without meaning to. Suddenly, the screen goes completely dark and the chat window disappears. Despite the heat of the day, it feels cold in the room, then freezing. I exhale and can see my breath hang in the air. My teeth begin to clack together and chatter.
Who is he?
The voice is like a thunder crash coming from the computer, and I understand immediately why she was so scared. It was a wonder the speakers don't blow out. My ears are ringing, and I feel like the room is still echoing and reverberating with the sound of it. There is a presence watching us. I can feel it. I don't know how else to explain it, but it feels like when you are walking down the street and you sense someone is watching you from behind. Have you ever felt that? Like eyes are tickling your neck, and you turn and see that, of course, there is someone staring at you from the front window of their house. I feel that now, but all over, their eyes in the walls, ceiling and floors all watching me, and my skin tingles and I shiver. That's Detective Slate, she says in a monotone, betraying me immediately. He wants to catch you. I told him that's silly, but he doesn't listen. The young woman's face is visible in the reflection of the monitor, and I see her eyes staring far off into the distance, as if she is hypnotized. Then that deep voice begins to speak again, and I find myself unable to do anything but listen.
Look into the darkness, Detective Slate. Don't you want to experience it for yourself? Don't you want to sleep, Detective? Aren't you tired?
Suddenly, out of nowhere, there are 5 men grabbing me and wrestling me to the floor. My heart is beating out of my chest, and I am stunned to see that my service revolver is in my hand, clenched tight in my fist. Yet, I have no memory of removing it from its holster. The coldness of the barrel touches my temple, and my fingers is on the trigger, trying desperately to pull it, despite my terrified brain pleading for it to listen, to stop, to relax. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. And yet my index finger continues to squeeze down on the trigger as if possessed. My old partner, Stevie, who has gotten there first, is wrestling with me desperately and finally manages to pry my hand from the gun. Later, I try to explain to them that it wasn't me, that I didn't want to do it. Something made me do it. He made me do it. I look up and see Sarah is now banging her head down hard against the steel table, as if she has no control over herself. She brings her face down again and again, and blood begins to spatter and spray. Parts of her face shear off, exposing muscle and bone beneath. And still, she doesn't stop. Her teeth break and chip pieces fly and scatter everywhere. "What the hell?" another officer is saying, letting go of me and rushing over to her. Then he makes the mistake of looking at the screen as well. In rapid motion, too quickly for anyone to stop him, he pulls his pistol from the holster, cocks it, and holds the gun up to his temple. The blast is deafening in the small cement-walled room. It echoes, piercing my ears and turning them deaf for a while, then making them ring. I feel like needles are stabbing into my eardrums, and I clap my hands over them protectively. But then, my eyes betray me and I find my gaze drifting back to the beckoning blackness of the computer screen, as if a siren song for that sense is calling me to stare at the darkness of that empty black rectangle. One very savvy officer who has been watching everything with wide eyes from the doorway runs in. He was not in an angle where he could see the screen and seems unaffected by it. He slams the laptop shut and then picks it up and throws it hard on the floor where it breaks to pieces. Then, he brings his foot down on it, hard. He crunches it beneath his polished black shoe and looks up at us with a sweating, anxious face. "I'm sorry, boss," he says to me, looking worried for his job. On an ordinary day, he would have every right to be. But today is no ordinary day. I had to. Don't apologize. You just saved all of our lives. Thank you. We look around the room and take in the bloodbath which surrounds us. An officer dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. A suspect or witness dead, while in our custody from repeated blunt force injuries to her face, also self-inflicted. Officers began to crowd the room from the pit where they were stationed at their desk when the gunshot went off. People are asking 1,000 questions, and I don't know what to tell them, or what I even believe myself. The captain sends me home without pay, pending an investigation. It doesn't matter how many people vouch for me, how many saw the madness for themselves. It matters how it all looks. And there's no explaining what happened to a rational person. Even I can hardly believe it, and I witnessed it myself. I tried to catch a dark web hired assassin and discovered that he was no ordinary hired gun. No simple mercenary. The thing Sarah hired to kill her fellow clan members was something else. Something we as humans don't have a word for it yet, or any understanding of. Something that is spilling over into our world from another, and feeds on our flesh and blood. Somehow, I have to stop him. Okay, so I'm just gonna go right on the topic here, since my background or way of living doesn't matter in this case. As you all know, there's been quite a few accounts of people's encounters on the dark web on this sub lately. I usually read all of them because it intrigues and scares me, and maybe that's why I ended up dreaming about it a few days ago. Perhaps what I saw isn't grounded in reality, but since I've never dreamt about such things before, I figured I'll ask for your 2 cents. So let's get to it. I can't recall the fine details of most of this dream, but I do remember the basics. In the dream, I got in my hands on a Tor browser because obviously I was able to go onto the deep web. One weird thing was that the browser wasn't just a program that I downloaded to my computer, but it was inside of some sort of fancy router/modem thing that I could just plug into my computer whenever I felt like using it. I remember something about having to stay hidden from the police or just some form of authority. Anyway, let's not derail too much here. It's possible that I watched more than just one murder video in that dream, but I can only remember one, so here it goes. The video was filmed by what I assumed to be a man and a woman, judging from their voices, who had kidnapped 2 young women and held them bound in a dark room. The victims were laying down on their sides, and I really wasn't able to see the surroundings in the room. The camera lights only hit the 2 victims. I remember how I thought it was remarkable how stoic these women acted towards their kidnappers, despite being in such a situation. And I felt some sort of hope at that thought, a notion that whatever these kidnappers did to them, they wouldn't go down so easily. Even if their video was disturbing so far, I didn't actually feel like the kidnappers had anything on these women. I felt like they would be okay despite everything. I don't remember much of the torture either, but I remember the 2 women begging their kidnappers to stop doing this to them and just let them go, to which the kidnappers just kept going, snickering unmercifully. The thing that stuck with me the most is when one of the kidnappers put a nail to the thigh of one of the women, the one who they filmed the most, and also the one of them to fight back the most. He retrieved a hammer and slammed the nail right into the poor woman's thigh. I cringed at this, but somehow I couldn't stop watching. Amazingly, the woman still spat out insults at the kidnappers, even though she was clearly in pain. The kidnappers did this a few more times. They probably did other things too, before I finally decided to stop watching the video and go look for something else instead. Watching that had really brought me into some sense of guilt that I, as an unsuspecting viewer, had somehow let this happen, let these women be tortured by some sickos, and when I woke up from the dream, it has stuck with me until this moment. The reason I came here to you, No Sleep, is because I felt there's something that I should ask those of you who've actually been on the deep or shadow web. Do you recall ever actually seeing a video like the one I've just described? It's probably stupid of me, but I can't help but wonder where this dream even came from, since I've never dreamt about such things before that I can remember, and if there might be some truth to it. I was about 8 or 9 when this happened to me. At that time, using a computer was still a new thing for me. We are roughly talking about 12 years ago, where, as a kid, you only used the computer to play games, and simply searching dumb stuff on a laptop seemed like a good idea, or in my case, my grandmother's laptop. Now, a little context. I never really told anyone about this, because it's kind of a tricky conversation to come to, and the deep web at that time was pretty much still unknown where I lived. I remember that a couple of times my uncle, who we lived with and who was in his 20s, used to borrow my grandmother's laptop as his computer, and that was extremely basic at that time. Whenever he finished, he would just return it to my grandma, and she would never question anything that he downloaded to her computer at that time. Well, looking back now, they should have password protected the computer or shut me away from it, because this shit was traumatizing. I remember looking at a blackish icon on the desktop. I don't remember the name of it, but I was curious what it was. Now looking back, I'm not actually sure what it was. So if anyone has an idea, feel free to drop it in the comments. Now, when I clicked it, it brought up a Firefox type of browser. Everything looked the same, nothing was off. And at that time, we used to have a Hungarian forum as a front page, as we didn't know much about Google. So, we would search stuff through that engine and it would work fine. So naturally, nothing seemed off to me. However, when I tried to search up animal videos, because I wanted to watch cute animals, I came across an English title, which at that time was gibberish to me, apart from this one word, gorilla, which is pretty much the same thing in Hungarian. So I clicked on it. And oh boy, I wish I never did that. The browser took me to a website which was completely black and had a red counter on the bottom left. It wasn't too long left, about 3 to 4 minutes. So I thought that I would wait, as maybe it's a buffering time, which was extremely believable because our internet was utter shit. And even now when I think about it, my heart rate increases and I just feel sick to my stomach. The counter stopped at 0 and the video began. I saw this girl, and to my best guess, she must have been around 17 to 23, just casually laying on a mattress on a floor. Then she sat up. It was kind of hard to tell much detail, as the room was mostly dark and there was only just a slight red light that barely made anything visible. The pixels didn't make it any easier to see neither. I felt as if it was streamed or filmed at 360p. It felt like she was waiting for someone to come in. She was completely naked, and it gave off the vibe that she was paid to do the deed, or at least that's how it came off. But suddenly, a chair door was pulled up on the left side of the screen, and I saw a gorilla walk out. At this time, my heart was beating so fast that I was surprised that I didn't pass out. All the alarms were going off, but me as a dumb-ass 8-year-old, I wanted to continue the video. The gorilla first seemed shocked. Then, it became extremely aggressive and it charged at the girl. It was clawing at her eyes and ripping her chest off, and I saw the blood drip everywhere. And the gorilla started eating the body, which was by now motionless. The shock wore off, and that's when I said, "Nope," and closed down the laptop very quickly. I sat in the corner and cried for a good half an hour, and I realized that I should have probably closed the tab so that I don't get told off. With my shaky hands, I opened the laptop, and I was met with a lost connection to the server error page. I could never erase this shit out of my head, and always dreamt about it at that time, as it gave me big-time trauma. But until this day, I'm scared to share this story with anyone, because I don't want them to think that I was a psycho and just made up this story because I want attention or something else. Please, if you ever saw this and got scarred for life, please, for the love of God, tell me that I wasn't the only one who saw this. It had started out just like any other night, bored after work, looking for something to do, until I felt tired enough to fall asleep. I had recently found a deep web browser, and I decided that there was no time like the present, given that I had nothing better to do. I opened the application and started to surf the web. I mostly saw auction stuff for things that you probably wouldn't be able to buy in a normal store. But there were a few videos here and there, some of which were tagged as NSFL, not safe for life, meaning that whatever you see on that video is something most people don't want to see. And I decided that I'd skip out on that too. Eventually, I found a chat room. Seriously? We're on the deep web, and this is what I find. Oh no. I laughed to myself. Anything but a deep web, Omegle. With a chuckle, I clicked the link and entered the site. I was curious about who would go on the deep web simply to spend time in a chat room. When I entered the chat room, the video was blank. I waited patiently for a few seconds before asking nervously, "Hello?" I waited a few seconds more before it said that user 1372 was typing. "Hello, how are you doing today?" "Hi," I said, making note of the fact that the person was typing and not speaking. "I'm doing okay. How are you?" "Not bad," he replied. "Just a bit bored." "Same," I typed, "and that's why I'm on here." "What's your name?" the user asked. I couldn't answer. That was a red flag for me. I wasn't gonna tell some stranger on the dark web my name. That's just asking for trouble. "Sorry, I prefer not to say," I answered. "That's okay, I understand. Yeah, safety reasons and stuff, you know. I know. But if you're concerned about safety, then you're in the wrong place, kiddo. There was a long silence after that. They had a point, but they're probably just being dramatic. Well, in that case, I'll just leave, I said with a smug grin. If they want to scare me, it would take more than that. But they're gonna have to find someone else to entertain them. Or so I thought. Until they replied, "Good night, Adrian." My heart sank into my stomach. That was my name. How did he know my name? I immediately closed the browser, then my PC. My paranoia was starting to get to me. So I even pulled out my router cable, hoping that, well, I don't even know what I was hoping for, but I was definitely scared. And just as I let out a sigh of relief, my phone vibrated. I looked at it on my nightstand, notifying me of a call. It was an unknown number. I reached out my hand and slowly declined the call. That couldn't have been them, right? Probably just a scam caller. Then my phone goes off again, still from an unknown number. There is a text to go along with the call. The text read, "Pick up the phone, Adrian." With a shaky hand, I slowly pick up my phone and answer the call. "Hello?" I said nervously. "Hello, Adrian." It was a text-to-speech voice. What do you want from me?" "Turn your computer back on and turn on the camera," the text-to-speech bot said. What do I do? I was panicking. I definitely did not want to turn on my camera. But what would they do if I didn't? They already got my name and my number after a few seconds. What else are they capable of? I shuddered at the thought, and as I stood there thinking, the bot repeated, "Turn your computer back on and turn on your camera." This snapped me back to reality. "Please, leave me alone." I tried to say it in a strange voice, but to be honest, I could hear my voice waver. The bot repeated the same message again and again. "Turn your computer back on and turn on your camera." Did I even have a choice at this point? This guy tracked me down and got both my name and my number in seconds. I don't want to know what else he would do if I disobeyed him. I slowly approached my computer. It felt like I was walking to an execution chair. I turned my computer on, and with one deep breath in, I turned on my camera. I looked at my webcam and the green light that indicated that it was on. And after a moment of silence, my phone buzzed and I got a text message. "Wave hello, kid. You're live." I was manually breathing at this point, but I managed to slowly raise my hand and wave it back and forth. And from then on, my life was hell. I would get non-stop text messages in the morning at 4 a.m. until I woke up and replied. The texts sent were gory videos, which he'd ask me questions about to ensure that I watched them. And after a few days, it got worse. He started asking me to do some random task, like drawing a picture of a whale on my skin with permanent marker, driving to random places, and eating disgusting food. And each time, he wanted a photo of it to prove that I completed the task that he gave me. Eventually, I grew tired of his games. Consequences be damned. Whatever he could do to me, I didn't care anymore. I was done being his toy. And the next time that he texted me an order, I simply told him to go F himself. Because I wasn't going to take any more shit from him. After the reply, user 1372 went silent. And after a minute, I felt a swell of pride in myself for standing up to him, and just when I was about to go and take a well-deserved nap, my phone buzzed again. No doubt, user 1372 was upset, but whatever he decided to do, I'll face it head on. Or so I thought. He didn't say anything. He simply sent 2 images, a picture of my parents' house and a picture of my sister's house. He didn't need to say a word, and I understood his message as clear as day. "What do you want?" I asked. "Go to the stairs." My worry grew. What did he want this time? What twisted thing did he want me to do this time? I slowly exited my bedroom and to the top of the stairs. I looked down the flight of the stairs with dread. My breathing became heavy. What did he want me to do? My phone buzzed. No doubt, his new orders for me. The reply was a single word. Jump. My heart hammered in my chest. I knew that I had to do it, but the fear held me solid. I thought about my family. My older sister just gave birth. My little nephew is so innocent. I would rather die than let a sick freak like this anywhere near him. And with that thought in my mind, I jumped from the top of the stairway. I woke up in the hospital a few days later. Apparently, my neighbors heard me scream while I jumped and called the police to investigate. And they found me unconscious at the bottom of the stairs with blood coming from my head. They rushed me to the hospital, and other than a major concussion, there seems to be no short-term effects. But I'll have to wait and see if the injury will cause long-term problems. I never got a text from user 1372 after that. I'm not sure what happened or why he stopped messaging me, but I'm thankful that he did. And years later I found out that there were a lot of people who went through the same things that I did, being messaged by people online who threatened them to do harmful things. And many victims didn't make it. They called it the Blue Whale Challenge. I don't know why user 1372 stopped what he was doing, but I am grateful to still be alive.
Hitman page call. Sent in by Anonymous. This happened a couple of years ago. I don't remember the exact month or year, but it couldn't have been just a few years ago because Bitcoin was at or near its peak. I used to spend a lot of time in the deep web, mostly on forums and things like that, but never on anything that was explicitly illegal. I know, that sounds incredibly convincing, right? Believe it or not, there are pages on the deep web that are good for entertainment. Some of them are in a grey area as far as ethics go, but again, not explicitly illegal. And some of them only become illegal if you take action on the page, I think. Look, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know. Anyways, I was browsing pages without intent to actually do anything on them, and I was just perusing through some random onion links to see what interesting stuff I could find. After checking out some random pages that sold things that were definitely not legal, I found a page that, well, again, definitely was not legal. From the start on the page, I knew this page was serious. The name of the page was something like L.H. Oswald Solutions, an obvious allusion to Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who assassinated JFK. Honestly, seeing that made me chuckle. Something about using Oswald's name for the page was genuinely humorous. After reading their information, it was pretty clear why they used that as the name. The entire page was meant for users to pay Bitcoin and hire a hitman. The page explained they had top-tier men working for them, and price categories as well. The product started at intimidation, and included things like arson, murder designed to look like a failed robbery, and had other tiers that were meant to make it look like an accident. The last one was the most expensive, obviously, and they gave scenarios on how it could happen, including hiking incidents, accidental drownings, and car troubles. Now, I had no intent on doing anything on this page, other than reading what they had to say, mostly for entertainment. But then I got to the bottom of the main page. They had a full-on legal disclosure, which I thought was hilarious, that explained what actions could be taken if they failed and laid out their personal guarantee that they could find anyone and everyone without fail. Immediately after this was a small note at the bottom. We can find anyone. And we can prove it. Click here for proof. Now, I know what you're thinking. No sane person would ever click that link. And no one could be so stupid to click it intentionally. I didn't want to. But I had to. I had to know how they would guarantee that they could find anyone. So, I clicked the button, and the page switched over to a plain black site with a smiley face, and an hourglass icon that indicated it was loading. After a few seconds, the hourglass turned into a check mark. At first I thought that was it. It was just going to sit there with a check mark and that was it. Then, much to my surprise, my cell phone started ringing. Obviously I was freaking out inside, but I answered the phone anyway. I said, "Hello?" The voice on the other end was digitized, thankfully. It basically said, "Here's your proof. Thank you for considering our services." A few times, then hung up. I was actually grateful that it was a robocall, and not a real person, but I was also terrified that it was able to find my number and call me. This was enough to tell me they weren't screwing around, and that I need to never go to their website, or question whether or not those hitman sites are legit, ever again.
If you've grown up playing video games, you've probably had to bear your parents telling you in all manner of assorted ways how video games rot you. One more unbelievable than the last, no doubt. If not, then believe me when I say that should the envy of all those who had to deal with what I describe above fall upon you, you'd be crushed into a paper-thin pancake along with the rest of the planet. Gaming really is everywhere now, and despite the wide-ranging opinions of others, I have to say that it is an art form that I truly respect. I was a gamer. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Two unreasonably large monitors, idolizing Ninja, a desk setup that would give anyone with epilepsy an instant seizure, a pair of headphones that look as though they were meant to protect my ears from the sound of large-scale kiloton explosions. Wasting an entire weekend editing dumbass Fortnite gameplay like it was a would-be Hollywood masterpiece, when in reality, getting people to watch it would be hard enough when it's free, let alone if you charge them. I also enjoyed playing some classic games on the side on my dad's old NES and SNES, which, in my mind, balanced out by negating the effects of modern media, and this somehow made me a more well-rounded individual, but which in all likelihood didn't do shit. But I digress. You, reader, might be wondering by now why I referred to my gaming self in the past tense. Well, that's because what I mentioned above is all in the past. I am 18 years old as of writing this, and I haven't gamed in almost 3 years. So what do you think happened? Did I get addicted and was shipped off by my parents to some institution to get cleansed? No. And before you jump the gun, I have to stop you right now and just say that no, I did not get scared straight, as some parents like to say. I mean, at least not in the traditional sense. The event in question happened around April 2020. Lockdown. I was a stupid-ass 16-year-old, and to me, lockdown was the blessing from God that I had been constantly nagging him for only he knows how long. I had unlimited free time to game to my heart's content, and I resolved that I would make my gaming channel with a grand total of 5 subscribers, all of whom I knew in my real life, take off and join the ranks of Ninja and Markiplier, make millions, quit school, and prove to my dumb parents, who I love very much now, how profitable gaming was and how I wasn't just rotting my brain all this time. See? I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I was a stupid-ass 16-year-old. So, instead of doing my homework, all of my time was spent screen recording the worst gameplay of Fortnite and PUBG imaginable, while my crackling voice commented and screamed every once in a while, editing random and sudden zoom-ins and making funny jokes and, Christ, you get the picture. Anyhow, despite 2 months of effort, I had made a grand total of $1 from all of my videos combined and gained only 1 subscriber, whom I also knew in real life. And needless to say, I was disheartened. Was this the moment I decided to stop being a gamer? Was what scared me straight is the cruel dream-destroying reality of this world? Nope, I wasn't ready to give up. I still blindly believed in my dream. School had just ended, and I decided that my summer that year would be spent giving gaming my all again. After all, I had to justify all the Fs that I had somehow gotten. Anyway, I remember lying on my bed one random day and thinking hard. Quite the challenge for a little old 16-year-old me. I knew that to get subscribers, I had to do something niche. Something that no one else was really doing, if at all. Something unique that was sure to gain a following and that no one else could copy. And as I lay there in bed, it suddenly hit me. I should play games that no one else was playing. But by that I don't mean games that were unpopular. I mean games that no one else had access to. It was around evening when I logged into the dark web through Tor. Now, before I continue, let me explain something about the dark web. 99% of what you've heard about it on whatever creepy-ass animated story or fake creepypasta you've listened to is false. I hope you're not surprised. They're false because they portray the dark web as a minefield that will pretty much mess you up immediately. A place full of drugs and hitmen and messed up individuals. And while you can find those things on there, you don't just stumble onto them as a first-timer like all these stories talk about. But they are right about the list of dead onion links, but you can call bullshit when they say they randomly clicked a link and found themselves in a digital hell of some kind. The dark web, if I had to compare it to something, is a lot like 4chan, just an endless collection of message boards. It's actually pretty boring because you can't just access the hard drugs and hitmen and the snuff videos right off the bat. It's like being admitted into a secret society. The ones who are in scope you out after you've shown interest on a message board and determine whether or not they should let you in. They then basically hack your private life for 2 reasons. 1, to make sure you're someone who can be trusted, and 2, to use it as a leverage in case you decided to snitch. Besides that, it's just weirdos talking on forums about whatever bullshit's going on in their mind, or you just ordering some weed. Basic stuff really. Well, I'm no script kiddie, so needless to say, I knew my way pretty well around these parts. I used a non-window operating system, disabled all my scripts in Flash, booted up Tails, had a custom VPN that I had someone whip up for me, and the whole 100 yards. On the day in question, a hot summer day, I logged into a chat room and posted a query asking about any interesting games that I could play. Shit that I couldn't find on Steam or on the surface web. And the conversation went something like this. Query. Yo, I'm looking for some interesting video games to play. Shit, you can only find here in this part of the internet. And it wasn't long before I received a message back from some dude who had a handlebar, John. John said, "What do you mean?" I answered, "I've got a freaking game addiction, and stuff on Steam no longer floats my boat. I want to know if I can find any niche, good stuff here." John answered, "Ah, how interesting. I can tell that you're an amateur minus script kiddie. As you know, games are an expression of humanity, as is this corner of the internet. People want to express themselves, but sometimes those expressions are not appreciated on the surface web, so they post their artwork here, where like-minded individuals dwell. Games are no exception, and I can send you a link if you want." I answered, "What, you gonna show me some sad Satan shit? I already know that, bro. Stupid ass freaking game. I don't want my precious PC to get any freaking viruses from something a freaking pleb made." John answered, No. This is the real deal. The community suffered quite a reputation blow from the leak of that game. A real piece of shit made by a piece of shit who had no feel for art. Luckily, its developers have been working hard to cleanse the palates of us, the consumers, from that shitfest. Are you still interested? "Of course," I said. And just like that, he sent me a link and logged off. Christ, this link was something that I had never seen before. It was a .onion link, but everything before that was just a jumbled mess of letters, words, numbers, digits, random punctuation marks, and a few weird-ass lines that made text distorted. It wasn't so much as a link, as much as it was a paragraph of the strangest collection of text imaginable. I'm sure everyone reading this knows where the hell this is going. With, and I am talking in a very literal, no exaggeration manner, absolutely no freaking hesitation, I clicked the link. And just like that, I'd unwittingly stepped into hell, just like the so many unfortunate protagonists of all those fake dark web stories. The website took 3 solid Mississippi seconds to load, and did so just as I was about to opt out. And just thinking about it gives me the impression that damn thing knew that I was about to leave and didn't want me to. The screen immediately went black, and just when regret was about to hit me, a text box came up. "Welcome, dear player, to our humble website. We appreciate your patronage and hope you will be able to enjoy our extensive collection of free games made by the finest in the industry. Happy playthrough. Sincerely, Maud." The message made me feel uncomfortable. I know, right? Countless times of wafting through this cesspool of humankind, and a polite message is what gets under my skin? Exactly. My parents were asleep, and I just drank a can of Monster and a can of Red Bull, and I was given the prospect of entertainment until dawn. And so, I took it. I clicked on the search bar, but saw that I couldn't actually search anything. Instead, a list of categories popped up. What were the categories? Rape, murder, torture porn. Nope, none of those. Every single one was plain as can be. POV, action, suspense, that kind of stuff. You could select multiple categories and then hit search. I chose the following combination for my first game: 2D, detective, mystery, choice-based. Simple, right? I pressed enter and waited. It seemed to last forever, but finally, the churning wheel of loading disappeared and I was met with a retro home screen. The title read in all caps: Interrogation of Phineas Wheatley. In a strangely well-chosen color palette that didn't make me want to vomit. And needless to say, the 16-year-old me was stoked. I thought that I just hit a video game jackpot. Fantastic games to niche for the mainstream, all at my fingertips for absolutely free. In case you've been wondering, no, I don't have any footage of these games. My plan was to master their gameplay and then record it so that I wouldn't embarrass myself like I had done before. Yes, I do regret it tremendously. But what are you going to do? Sue me? This game, unlike a standard NES one, allowed me to use my mouse, so with that, I clicked start. The screen went black and a new image loaded on my monitor. It looked like a photograph, which had been pixelated. Imagine the ending picture of the original Resident Evil 2 on the PS1, which shows what happened to all of the characters after the main storyline concludes. And that will give you a pretty good idea of what I saw. A young man with a poker face seemed to be sitting before a metal table, utterly motionless. And below him was the word, ask him. And without warning, 2 black bars with white letters appeared under it. The one on my left read, why he called you there, while the other on my right read, how he's feeling. I was dumbfounded, so I just clicked the option on the right because I was curious. The 2 bars along with ask him disappeared, and a large rectangular speech bubble with an arrow pointed at this Phineas's mouth replaced them. I'm feeling fine, Detective. Thank you for showing concern and for arriving so quickly. The large speech bubble disappeared and the ask him prompt came back up again, but now there was only 1 bar under it, the one that said, why he called you there. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't intrigued at that moment. I expected to come across some sort of sad Satan clone or morbid images or whatever shit idiots think would be fitting for the dark web. Instead, I had seemingly stumbled upon a hidden gem. I clicked the bar and the speech bubble came right back up. I know I am going to die, Detective. I know he will kill me. I find it only appropriate that I give my last confession before I am taken. The speech box disappeared and 2 bars came up again. The one on the right now read, who he thinks wants to kill him, and the other on the left read, why he killed Sam. I was tempted to just choose right, but I just really wanted to get things over with. And the following are all the responses that I chose with his answers in bold.
Why he killed Sam.
As you very well know, Sam was my first time. I wanted my first time to be special, so I chose Sam because he was special. He was that simple.
How he killed Sam.
Come on, detective. Surely you must know already.
How he killed Sam.
All right. As you wish. I knew Sam lived home alone, so I enacted my perfect murder. The perfect murder isn't about how you kill someone. It's about how you cover it up. And I knew that disposal would be my biggest problem. So I planned things out. I started to work at a taxidermy shop in town with my son, under the guise that I was being a good supporter for him to get some good extracurricular activity for his college applications. Mr. Flank, the owner of the shop, mainly made animal skeletal models and then shipped them internationally to institutes of education. You know how he'd extract the bone so cleanly? There are special beetles called hermestid beetles that eat only flesh. People like Mr. Flank have entire containers full of them. They just throw in the carcass part and wait for the beetles to eat it clean. I found a big enough tray and stole some beetle eggs from Mr. Flank, and I raised them all on my own patiently. And once they were fully grown, I put an ad on Craigslist for a child skeleton model. After all that was said and done, I just lured Sam down, killed him, and threw him into the vat. A week I waited, and the beetles had done their job. I then shipped the skeleton off and out of my life for good. Simple as that. I then just burned the beetles along with Sam's clothes, buried his organs out in the forest along with a few worms for good measure, and that was that. It was as if nothing had ever happened.
How he got caught.
Just thinking about it makes me mad. Turns out, you have to use hydrogen peroxide to preserve bones so they don't yellow over time. What happened in my case is that the person who received the skeleton was a medical expert and immediately realized that he'd just received the real child skeleton. The rest, I'm sure you know. A fun experiment that ended up biting me in the ass. The bar on the right side disappeared, and the remaining bar now read,
Why he needed to speak to you.
And this is the response I got when I answered. You see, detective, I'm afraid I've been a tad dishonest with everyone. I'll cut to the chase and just say that little Sam wasn't my first, nor my second, nor my third. He was number 31. Normally, I just cut up the bones and bury them. Sam, on the other hand, was a special case, as I thought it would be a neat idea for me to ship my friends out. But alas, look at where it got me.
Where the hell the others are?
I'll be frying tomorrow, so I might as well say, I ain't telling you squat, Chief. Just wanted you to know. You can doubt me, but you can't doubt all those other missing posters. I am a fair man, however, and I will say that I have mapped all of their coordinates on a special sheet of paper that you can only find in Genesis. That's all, detective. The screen immediately went black, leaving me in total darkness for a moment. And when it came back up, I saw that the style of the game had changed. It now looked like Earthbound. I saw a sprite that looked like a stereotypical detective, trench coat and hat and all, standing outside what seemed to be a police station. The palette of my surroundings was a dark blue, and it appeared to be raining heavily. I used my keyboard and found that I could move around by pressing the standard arrow keys. On the far corner of the screen was an arrow that pointed to something beyond it, and I followed it. I found myself being guided through a deserted town, and without warning, the arrow suddenly pointed up. It was a house, a really quaint house. I entered it, and the screen went black for a moment before I found myself inside the house. And I have to say, it was a real pig hut. It gave off the impression of a drug den, a place even pigs wouldn't want to live in. I walked around and found that I could explore the whole house. The arrow was gone at this point, so I didn't have a clue where I was supposed to go next. But as I passed through a hanging portrait, the only thing in the whole place, a prompt appeared imploring me to inspect it. I did so, and a pixelated photograph appeared, just like how the game was before. It showed a middle-aged man who I immediately recognized as Phineas. He was standing behind a young man who looked a bit like him, albeit younger. And I understood now that I was in his house, and it didn't take me long to realize that the basement was where I needed to go. I found another door, and I was able to enter it. Now, my detective sprite was in a large and dark basement. It was complete and utter silence throughout the entire game, but I only noticed it at this point. I walked around for a bit, but no prompt appeared. But then, I noticed a container, a large sprawling one, right in the middle of the room, and it caught my eye. I approached it, and the long-awaited prompt appeared. I pressed it, but then, without warning, another sprite suddenly came out of nowhere. The screen went black, and I found myself in the same style of gameplay as before. I recognized the sprite that appeared before me as Phineas's son. The prompt read, "What are you doing here?" There was only one bar, which is the one I clicked. "I came here to find the truth." The screen went black for a second and the image changed. I was now facing the container. The screen went black for another second and the container was open in the picture that came up. Even though it was pixelated, the detail almost made me vomit. It was another body, fresh, covered by what I assumed to be beetles. A single white piece of paper lay on it. The screen went black, and I could now see the paper. There were locations and coordinates on the paper, about 5, and the screen went black, and I was now facing Phineas's son again. But now, he was holding a gun pointed right at me. "I knew Daddy wouldn't go quietly like I told him to," he said. "And while I am sorry for doing this, Mr. Forum, I would be remiss if I didn't reiterate that, unlike my father, I am not made for jail. I take after my mother after all." The screen went orange and then blank. 2 prompts appeared. Play again and exit. I clicked exit, and I laid back in my chair and let everything that happened sink in. It really was like a high, like drinking yourself to a stupor on good alcohol instead of the cheap kind. It felt good, but I had this feeling that ruined that particular high for me. This knowing feeling that I just had to act on if I wanted to relax. I went to my other monitor, the one logged into the surface web, and typed Phineas Wheatley in Google. I just expected some forum links discussing the game, but instead, I got an eyeful of news reports and archives about Phineas Wheatley, the Granville Flesh Reaper. I read everything. I read how he'd kill a local and sweet little innocent boy, and had nearly gotten away with a perfect crime. I read how the detective who last spoke with him has never been found. And I read how he was survived by one son, Michael Wheatley, who preferred to stay anonymous. My high went from me feeling as though my skull was full of clouds to feeling like my brain had been replaced by a bowling ball. I rubbed my eyes hard and wondered what I should do. Those coordinates were surely fake, I told myself. Just the fan fiction of a serial killer aficionado. That's all there was to it. And like a junkie for a fix, I was hungry for more. My senses were screaming at me, but I refused to listen. 3D, POV, suspense, exploration. And I hit enter, and just like before, my screen went black before a menu popped up. Voyeur's POV. The only other thing was a start button, which I also clicked with no hesitation. The screen went dark and a loading wheel appeared with the words "searching for a server" below it. I waited, honestly oblivious to what I was about to be thrown into. And the spinning loading wheel disappeared, and a view appeared on my monitor. It was a first-person perspective of a backyard at night. At the bottom of the screen, there was a piece of text which read, Quebec, Canada. I am ashamed to admit it, but I really did feel intrigued, especially by how realistic the graphics looked to me, not just for a free game on the internet, but for a video game in general. I tried moving around with my mouse and keyboard keys, but nothing worked. It was only then that I noticed the bar at the bottom of my screen. A text bar. In the bar, I, without much thought, typed in, "Go to shed." To my surprise, the camera turned and started to move towards the shed in the far corner of the yard. I typed, "Open shed," and a gloved hand appeared on the screen and opened it. Enter shed. Take dagger. Exit shed. It felt exhilarating, much better than Until Dawn. A true update of old text adventure games. The character was doing everything I told him to. Enter house. Go upstairs. The camera followed all of my commands. I was now in a bedroom. A girl about my age, the one I'd seen in the family pictures on my way up the stairs, lay sleeping before me. She seemed so real on my screen that I had to blink, and a prompt came up at the very moment as I sat in my dark room. End it? Right now, all I can do is swear on my honor, my life, and the lives of my entire family that I thought that prompt meant to end the game. That and that only is why I typed yes. The power plug of my monitor was pulled. Not a moment after I witnessed the gloved hand plunge the knife deep into the chest of that girl. The last thing I saw on that damn thing were her eyes fluttering open in an instant. Like a dam, they held back a contagious fear that no one, certainly not her, should ever feel. On the floor I collapsed, and on the floor I cried, and on the floor I slept. The last thought that went through my head before I lost consciousness was, "It's just a game." But my nightmare certainly didn't want me to believe that. I awoke that morning about 4 hours later, and I barely had the strength to stand up again. Seeing my monitors made tears come to my eyes again, and I still didn't know why. I tried to calm down and thought that I knew the perfect way to do so. I turned on my other monitor and hopped on Google again. My previous search related to Phineas Wheatley, inflicting a whole other wave of disgust back. I just searched Quebec, Canada, and went to news. And what do you think I found as the top story? A news article that featured the house that I had seen at night in that game. Only now, it was covered by police tape, and one of the family photographs that I had seen inside that house while climbing the long staircase glared at me from behind my screen. The girl, smiling brightly in the photograph, had been killed, survived only by the others in that picture. I know I'm next if I report this. I know they know everything they need to know about me. All I can do for now, before I turn in the evidence, is to be a son that my parents can be proud of, so that when I am taken, I can at least leave knowing that their time raising me had not been wasted. To you, you know who you are reading this. It has already been done. There's nothing you can do. Your operation will receive quite the blow, much like Playpen. I'm ready for you. Just please don't go after my loved ones. They have nothing to do with this. If you can promise me that, I'll go quietly. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Love, James.
This was literally the most scared I've ever been. Okay, let's start from the start. I'm a night owl, you see. What do you do, wasting hours away from sunset to sunup? Browse the internet. Duh. Not like there's anything else to do growing up in a shitty little town in rural New South Wales. I don't know at what point I began pushing the boundaries with that, but at some stage, I progressed from flipping through the depths of Reddit to navigating the ever-mysterious dark web. Months, I browsed with no incident. You actually find some pretty weirdly interesting stuff on there. You just gotta know what to stay away from. There's also hours of mind-numbingly boring nothingness too, but Anyway, I'll jump ahead to the night my story takes place. I'm just browsing, as usual, flicking through the wiki and whatnot, and I come across a site I've never seen before, which I mean is pretty common on the deep web. The website was called Chat Roulette. It was all red and white in colour, and in the middle of the screen there was a pixelated icon that looked like a set of dice with a click prompt reading, "Roll to connect." Okay, I click the dice, and after a quick dice roll sound effect, I find myself in a chat room straight out of 2001. Basically, it was just a red box up top with a little greater than symbol indicating where the chat history was going to show up, and a small box for typing down below. This was odd, but okay, I'll play. I type hi, and I wait. Ding! Your bedroom window is open. What? Ding! Don't move. I kept laying on my bed, eyes firmly fixed on the screen. I noticed in the reflection that yes, my bedroom window really was open. I quickly typed back, "Who is this? How did you know?" Ding! You need to do exactly as I say. Do not move. They'll hear you. What? Who will hear me? Ding! The man outside your window. I froze. Literally, froze in place. Were there really men outside my window, about to climb through and do God knows what? Ding! Carefully get up. Do not make a sound. Slowly, make your way to your window. Close it as quickly as you can, and then run to another room. Any room in the house that you feel is secure. Go! I did what the stranger told me to do. I slowly climbed out of my bed taking care not to step on any loose floorboards or cause any sudden noises at all. I made it to my window and I quickly slammed it shut. I then ran to the bathroom down the hall, slamming my bedroom door behind me. The whole time I was running and hiding in that bathroom, I was just waiting for that inevitable sound of glass smashing, mental images of masked intruders sliding in through my window from the darkness outside. I sat in that bathroom for what must have been at least 4 hours or so before finally making my way out, carefully. Ever so slowly, I tiptoed my way back to my bedroom. I practically army crawled my way over to my window, lifting my head very carefully. I peered out into the backyard and I saw nothing. I head back over to my laptop at this point to ask what the hell was going on, when finally I notice it. The little green indicator light right next to my webcam. My camera had been on. This freaking weirdo had been looking through my webcam, seen my bedroom window was open, and decided to play some stupid elaborate prank, probably broadcasting my panicked reactions to the rest of his dark web weirdo buddies. All's well that ends well, I guess. The whole thing turned out to be a dumb joke. But I do stand by what I said at the beginning. It was the most scared that I have ever been in my entire life. Stay off the deep web. This guy was rather harmless. But you never really know who might be watching you.
My best friend David and I were really into violence and gore. We watched all the bloodiest and most insane movies that we could possibly find. And in our desperate search to find more extremely violent movies, we started running out of things to watch. The quality in movies we were forced to watch continued to get worse and worse until they could no longer satisfy our need to see over-the-top action and death. That is until David came up with what he thought was a genius idea. Everything we were watching was fake. What better way to satisfy our need to see violence than to see the real thing? David had heard about a thing called the dark web from his brother, where we could find videos of people being brutalized in various different ways. No more terrible special effects and no more red food coloring. He told me that he'd talk to his brother, find out how to access it, and be at my house the next day to get started. He ran home in search of his brother, and I spent my day watching awful horror movies on Netflix. The next day, I woke up to my cell phone ringing. "Dude, I'm outside, get up!" It was spring break, and my mother was out of town on business, so I had the house all to myself. I got out, put some clothes on, and headed for the door to let David in. And before I could even get the door open completely, David shoved his way inside with a huge grin on his face. "I know how to do it, man. I know how to get on the dark web. I watched some stuff last night and it was nuts, bro. Exactly what we're looking for," David said, his grin getting wider by the second. "Sounds good, man. Let's get started," I said, wiping the crust from my eyes and following David as he led the way back to my room. He sat down at my computer and immediately pulled up a web page that was prompting him to install something. "This stuff isn't going to fry my computer, is it?" "No, my brother said he uses it all the time. It'll be fine, totally safe," David said, not taking his eyes off the screen. He explained to me that his brother met some people on the dark web that provided him with a link to a site with exactly the kind of stuff that we'd be interested in seeing. He opened up a folded up sheet of paper from his pocket with the .onion address scribbled on it. He typed it into the Tor browser that he had just downloaded, and what looked like an empty black screen showed up. I thought he might have typed the link incorrectly, but he started to move the cursor around the page slowly until he discovered a little blue hyperlink that read, "Enter at your own risk." David clicked on the link, and the site took a minute to load up. When the web page finally opened, the background was black and all the words were in red. In big letters at the top of the page, it said, "Mercy Kill." Dismembered arms and legs that had blood dripping from each of them formed together to create the letters. And underneath the title of the website was a horizontal bar of categories to choose from: torture, porn, kidnapping, animals, and the list went on. There was also a submit button, which I assume was how people uploaded their videos onto the website. After looking over the categories for a bit, we found one that we thought we would have what we were looking for. We clicked on Murder. Once again, the page took quite a while to load. When it did, there were 3 black boxes one after the other with titles under each of them. There were play buttons hovering in the middle of each box. The title of the first video was "This Little Piggy Went Home," followed by "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and the last one, "Russian Roulette with a Twist." The videos had no preview screen or thumbnail, so we had no idea what we were in for before clicking play. David decided to click on Russian Roulette first. It seemed like the safest bet since we knew what Russian Roulette was. The video buffered for a moment and then began. In this video, there was a man sitting in a chair. The room had a white tile floor and a white sheet hung behind the man. There was a white table in front of him with 6 handguns laid out on top of it. The man was wearing only boxer briefs and was covered in sweat. He had one hand tied to the chair, but the other was free. He looked young, but definitely older than us, and he was very skinny, like he hadn't eaten in weeks. We saw the man's mouth move, but there was no sound. And David quickly turned my computer speakers on, and we could hear a man speaking. A game. There are 6 guns on the table. One of them has a bullet in it. The rest of them do not. Pick one, put it in your mouth, and pull the trigger. Choose correctly, and I'll let you go. A voice said from behind the camera. The man in the chair reached out with his shaky free hand and grabbed the gun in the middle of the table. He brought the gun up to his face, stared down at the barrel, then closed his eyes. He whispered something inaudible to himself, put the gun in his mouth, and pulled the trigger. The sound that emitted from my speakers almost made my heart leap out of my chest, and the sheet behind the man was sprayed with blood and brain matter. His head whipped back and then forward quickly, slamming into the table with a loud bang. And soon, the white tabletop had run red with blood. From behind the camera, we could hear the other man chuckling to himself, escalating slowly into a loud maniacal laugh. He finally walked out in front of the camera. He had his back turned to the camera and walked over to the table and began removing the clips from each of the remaining handguns. He gathered them all in his hands and brought them up close for the camera. The man was bald and had a plain white face mask on. He showed us the tops of the clips, and there was a bullet loaded every one of them. "I lied," he yelled, before returning to his loud villainous laughter. The man in the mask walked back over to the body and ran his hand through the dead man's hair slowly. He placed his finger inside the hole that the bullet had left in the back of the man's head with a disgusting squishing noise. And that was the end of the video. And although I was a little shocked by the gruesomeness of the video, it was exactly what we were looking for. I felt sympathy for the people being killed in these videos, but I tried to convince myself that these were just very high quality films. And we continued on to watch the other two videos. This little piggy went home consisted of a woman strapped to a metal table, getting each of her toes cut off with pliers, one by one, and having them fed to her by an obese naked man, while her mouth was held open by a dental mouth opener. And Take Me Out to the Ball Game was a video of a man in a baseball uniform who was bound to a wooden chair. He looked like he had already been severely beaten, and there were two men, each with a baseball bat in hand, standing in front of him in what looked like some sort of shed. "You like touching little boys, huh?" One of the men yelled at the tied-up man. The man in the uniform began to say something when one of the other men brought a baseball bat down with incredible force onto the man's crotch. The uniformed man began crying out in unspeakable pain as the other two men continued to hit him with ferocious swings in the kneecaps and stomach. And finally, when the man was beaten to the point of near unconsciousness, they decided to put him out of his misery. They both hit him one time each as hard as they could on the head, and I could hear the crushing blows connect with the skull. They then poured gasoline all over the man, sparked a match, and then torched him. They threw both bats into the fire, and the video came to an end. After watching those 3 videos, we were entertained. David began to scroll down to bring the next 3, when a small ad appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen. "Would you like to subscribe for exclusive daily videos for free?" Read the out-of-place looking ad. There were 2 buttons that showed up when David brought the cursor over the ad. Yes or no. And before I could say anything, David had already selected yes. Another window loaded up and it had 2 blank bars to enter a home address and an email address. And David began to type my email address when I spun him around in the chair to face me. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" I said. "Come on, man. Exclusive videos. That sounds sick." David said with the same stupid grin he had on his face when he walked in earlier. "If you want to sign up, use your email and address. I don't want my info posted somewhere on the dark web." "Whatever, man," David said, closing out the window. And just when we were about to continue watching more videos, there was a knock at the door. David seemed to pay it no mind and continued scrolling through the web page. I got up and headed to the front door. And when I opened the door, it was David's mother looking a bit frustrated. "Hey, Anthony, is David here?" she said with a smile, even though I could tell that she was upset with David about something. I figured she might have found out from his brother that he was messing around the dark web. "Yeah, I'll go get him for you," I said, gesturing her to come in and heading back towards my room. I opened the door and once again, he didn't seem to notice me. When I put my hand on his shoulder, he got startled and jumped. "Hey man, "Your mom's here and she doesn't seem happy," I said as David spun around his chair. "Damn snitch," David said under his breath, confirming my suspicions. "Well, I'll see you later." We did our handshake and I walked him out. His mother had gone back outside to wait for him in the car, and I waved goodbye to them and off they went. When I got back to my room, I saw that David had closed out everything on my computer, and I hadn't watched him closely enough to know how to open it back up myself. I decided to grab a bowl of cereal and hang out watching YouTube for the rest of the day. And about 2 hours after David left my house, I received a new email notification on my phone. I selected the app, and I saw that the email had nothing in the subject line and was sent from an encrypted email address. And upon opening the email, I was greeted with bold red letters that said, "Congratulations! Thank you for subscribing to our daily exclusive videos. You will be sent an exclusive video from one of our users every day. You are free to unsubscribe at any time. Estimated delivery tomorrow by 6 p.m. Damn it, I said out loud to myself. David had signed me up while I was out of the room. Now, my email and address could be floating around anywhere on the dark web for anybody to see. What the hell was going to be delivered tomorrow? I thought it was just videos. Why can't they email them to me? I texted David calling him an asshole for doing something so stupid without my permission. But I didn't receive a response. And eventually, I got over it and continued my day as usual. I stayed up late playing video games with a couple of my other friends, and I eventually headed to bed. The next day I woke up around 3 p.m. I texted David to see if he wanted to come over and watch some more videos. I was hoping he would say yes, so that he could teach me how to access the webpage on my own. But again, he didn't answer. I figured his mother took his phone away to punish him. My mother had left a list of things for me to do around the house, and one of them was to check the mail every day. So, I walked outside to the end of the driveway and took a quick look around when I saw an ambulance and 2 cop cars parked in front of a house a few doors down. I could see some yellow caution tape, but everything beyond it was blocked by a car. I didn't know who lived in that house, but I hoped everything was all right. I pulled open the mailbox, and inside there was a single black envelope with the letters MK stamped in red on the top right corner. I had forgotten completely that I was expecting a delivery from the website today. I went back inside and tore open the envelope, which contained a small USB drive. I took the USB to my room and debated whether it was worth the risk to plug it into my computer or not. And after a few seconds of thinking, I decided to plug it in. When I did, a folder opened up on my computer with an MP4 file inside named Honey, I'm Home. I double-clicked the file and my media player began playing the video. The video was stark and fuzzy with no sound, and I could see a faint light slowly start illuminating the video, which I soon realized was a car's headlights. And once the headlights got closer, I noticed that I was looking at a driveway to a home. I could see the corner of a garage door at the bottom right of the video. The camera was hung above the garage and was angled down in order to see anyone who could be approaching the house. The headlights continued to get brighter and brighter until the car pulled into the driveway. It was a large black Cadillac SUV. It parked and the headlights shut off, making the video look much more darker, but I could still see well enough. The door to the SUV popped open, and a man wearing a suit got out of the vehicle. I could barely see his face, but I could tell that he was a middle-aged man who obviously had a good-paying job. He closed the driver's side door and opened the back door, and as he reached in the back seat, presumably to grab something, a large man crept into frame. He was dressed in all black and had a hoodie on that covered the majority of his face from the camera. He had his hands in the pocket of his sweater and walked up behind the man who was still digging in the back seat of his car. The hooded man grabbed the businessman by the shoulder and spun him around to face him. The man in the suit put his hands up in submission, but the hooded figure pulled a large knife from his pocket and plunged it into the man's stomach multiple times. He pulled the knife up through the man's body, and the suit jacket he had on opened up. And even through the semi-blurry video, I could see that the white undershirt that the man had on turned almost completely red. The businessman fell to his hands and knees, and next to the vehicle. The hooded man then grabbed him by the neck, leaned up his head against the vehicle, and proceeded to slam the car door into his head multiple times until his head was a flattened, bloody mess. Again, I was entertained by the video. It was actually easier to detach myself from this poor guy because the camera quality was not very good and I couldn't see the expressions on his face. I texted David to let him know that the exclusive video had come in. No response. I pulled the USB out of my computer and set it on my desk. I made myself a microwave dinner and then turned on the TV. I almost never watch TV, and the last thing my mom watched before she left was the news, so that's what came on. The banner below the news anchor read, "Man brutally murdered in front of home in the name of my community." And I remember the cop cars and ambulance that I had seen earlier and knew that must have been where the killing happened. It wasn't until the news anchor went into detail that I came to a terrifying realization. A man was found dead in his driveway last night with multiple stab wounds and massive blunt force trauma to the head. The man's identity has been confirmed by his wife, father of 2, and loving husband. If you have any information that will help in the ongoing investigation, please call our tip line, the anchor stated. I immediately sprung up from the couch and ran to my room to find the USB drive. I grabbed it and plugged it into my computer as fast as possible, and my hands were shaking. I double-clicked on the folder where the video had once been, and now it was gone. I thought maybe I had deleted or moved it by accident. I searched every folder in my computer, but it was nowhere to be found, and I panicked and scrambled to find the envelope that the USB had come in, and luckily, it was still close to the top of my trash bin. I pulled it from the bin and examined it for the second time. I hadn't noticed when I first saw it, but the envelope had no stamp. It wasn't mailed, it was hand-delivered. I picked up my cell phone to call the police, but I hesitated. What if the police thought it was me? Even if they didn't, could I get arrested for going on the dark web? After all, it was most likely my fault that this man was murdered because of this stupid subscription. And before I could make a final decision, it seemed like one was made for me. My phone vibrated in my hand with a new email notification. I clicked on the notification, and the email filled my screen. In big bold letters, the email said, "Do not go to the police. Your subscription has been canceled." I scrolled down a bit and noticed that there was an attachment with the email. And after opening the attachments, I was hit with a sense of dread that made all the hairs on my body stand up. It was a photo of me taken from my kitchen window, and I was sitting on the couch microwave dinner in hand, and the news was on the TV. This photo had been taken just a few minutes before I received the email. At this point, I was terrified, but in hopes that this person would leave me alone, I decided not to call the police. I made sure all the doors and windows were locked, closed all the blinds, turned off every light in the house, grabbed a knife from the kitchen, and locked myself in the room. The night came and I was too frightened to go to sleep, and I put my phone on silent to avoid any noise and laid down, staring up at the ceiling, listening for the slightest noise. At some point, my body gave in and I fell fast asleep. I woke up to the sound of dishes suddenly clanking together. I sat up in bed and listened for a while longer until I heard what sounded like a chair being dragged lightly across the floor. I got up slowly and grabbed the knife that I had left on my bedside table. My stomach was in knots and I had already broken out into cold sweats as I reached for my door. Unlocking it caused a small click that in that moment, it sounded like the loudest noise that I have ever heard. I pulled the door open and peeked my head around the door frame into the hallway. I looked towards the living room, but it was much too dark to see anything that far away. I stepped out into the hallway, taking each step as lightly as possible. My heart pounded as if it was trying to escape my body. The door to my mother's room was still closed like it had been since she left, and I managed to make it to the living room, but I did not want to turn the lights on and notify anyone of my presence if they weren't aware already. I glanced over at the door and noticed that there was a chair propped up against the handle that I hadn't put there. I had almost no time to comprehend what was meant before I was grabbed from behind and a hand was clamped over my mouth. The knife had almost slipped from my grasp, but I was able to hang on to it. I turned it around in my hand so the blade was facing behind me, and I swung it back as hard as I could into the attacker's leg, causing him to let out a loud cry in pain. He loosened his hold on me, and I saw that he had a knife of his own. He began trying to say something, but he was interrupted when I yanked the knife from his leg, turned around and set it deep into his stomach. He then let out a large gasp, and his arms dropped to his side. The man fell to his knees and then face down to the ground. I rushed to find the light switch, and after a few seconds of feeling around in the dark, I found it. I flipped the light and looked down at my hands. They were covered in blood. So was the light switch, and so was the knife. I turned to face my attacker. He looked much smaller than the man that I had seen in the driveway video, but he did have a black hoodie on. I grabbed the man by the arm, turned him over onto his back, and what I saw froze me in shock. The person who attacked me inside my home was David. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Why would he do something like this? Was he going to kill me? We'd known each other since 3rd grade, and he wouldn't want to hurt me. Tears began to stream down my face that I had just killed my best friend, and I had no idea what was going on. After what felt like hours of thinking and crying, I decided it was finally time to call the police and explain what occurred here. When I stumbled into my room and picked up my cell phone to make a call, my crying only intensified. There, on my screen, was a text message from David sent just an hour ago. "Hey man, I don't know how to explain this, but someone is after us. I'm sorry. I'm heading over there now. I have the key you gave me. We'll be more safe if we're together," read the text message. Just then, I received 2 emails from the encrypted address, and I selected the first one. There was a link inside, and I couldn't open the link from my phone, so I powered on my computer and typed it into the Tor browser. It opened up the dark web page Mercy Kill that David and I had been browsing a few days earlier and took me directly to a video. The video was in glowing green night vision and the camera was hidden in a high place. I instantly recognized my own living room and I knew what was coming next. I saw myself stab David in the leg and the stomach. I saw him crumble to the ground slowly, creating a puddle of blood. And the video was titled, Oops. And just below it, there was a banner that said, Thank you for your submission. At this point, my sadness became anger, and I swore that I would get revenge on whoever forced me to do this to my best friend. I snatched my phone from the desk and proceeded to open the other email. This email had an attachment. I clicked on it, and a picture opened up. I turned my phone on its side, and the picture enlarged on my screen. The photo was of me. I was on my knees beside David's body, hands covered in his blood, tears running down my face. And what disturbed me the most was the angle that the photo was taken from. It was from a different vantage point than the video. The only way anyone could have taken this picture was from inside the house in the hallway. And as I started putting pieces of the puzzle together, I heard the door to my mother's room creak open. The dark web. It's just like that old saying. You know the one, how does it go? Curiosity killed the cat? And just like that cat, I am wishing that I just left it well alone. It started out like any careless whim. It had all the ingredients required for a terrible decision. I was alone, it was a Friday night, and I was bored, but more importantly, I was high. When you are high and by yourself, well, when I am high and by myself, I tend to venture down the rabbit hole. With a joint in one hand and a phone in the other, I indulge the darkest parts of my imagination. Horror, mysteries, paranormal encounters, all of it. One article leads to two, and two leads to four, and before you know it, you are knee-deep within the Dyatlov Pass incident. This night was different, however. I knew it, the moment that I clicked onto an article about the dark web. This is interesting. Unlicensed gambling, crime, drugs, and mystery, urban legend, depravity, darkness, and insanity. Oh, this is me. And like the high idiot that I am, without a second thought, I had relocated from my bed and switched on my computer. I still remember the intrigue that coursed through my mind as I rolled another joint and downloaded Tor. What would I find? What mystery could I lose myself in? Where would this journey take me? Looking back now, I wish I had gotten off at the first stop, but I did not. I scrolled for minutes, hours maybe. Between drags I explored, and between plumes of smoke I savored. There was conspiracy, there was mystery, but more interestingly, there was possibility. And there it is, a question incarnate. Where am I? The title of the page was less than imaginative, but it drew in me nonetheless, and with a single click it began. I half expected a page to load, but instead, as soon as I had clicked the link, my phone vibrated. Confused, I quickly turned and checked the message. The phone number did not make sense. It was 6 digits, a mess of numbers, letters, and special characters, not a configuration that I had seen before. The body of the message did not contain any text, only a link sharing a location. Curious, I, of course, clicked the link. Looking back now, I do not know what I had expected. I mean, I was stoned, but still. I had expected anything but what I did receive. It's the middle of the ocean? My mindset was less than sober, so I done what any intoxicated person would do. I laughed, ignored the message, and shortly after, I fell asleep. If only I had taken it seriously. The next day when I awoke, I had already received another. This time, the location was a beach, at least 400 miles from here. The day after that, another, and this one was closer, an interstate, probably 200 miles from me. The third day came another, and the day following that, another, just the same as before. Each of the messages was different, but each had one key similarity. With each passing day and with each passing message, the location seemed to be getting closer, closer to me. And by the fifth day, the location was just outside of my town, and precisely 1 week after I had clicked that stupid link, the location was a few doors down on my street. That was the message that I received this morning. I do not know what is coming or what is going to happen, but all I know is that I wish I had left well alone. And as I wait for whatever is coming, for some reason, all I can think about is that cat. How did that old saying go? I consider myself sort of a veteran when it comes to scouring the deep web. I've been doing it for over 5 years at this point, and in all honesty, I can say that for the most part, it was pretty disappointing. It originally started out of curiosity. My life was routine up until that point. I had a well-paying but dull job, and I hadn't exactly had much success relationship-wise. Many of them had started out strong, but fizzled out by the 1-year point for some reason or the other. Not to say that I was unhappy or anything, just that I wasn't satisfied with how mundane everything was. I couldn't help but feel like I was wasting my potential, that there was something big waiting for me out there. I know it might sound childish, but I still hope that I might actually turn out to be somebody, you know? Like a famous musician or an inventor. Just someone, anything important. But given that I had no real talent or the like that might help me achieve that dream, I turned to the dark web. That might sound strange, but it wasn't so much as I was hoping to find something on there as I was sort of just hoping to escape the blandness of my life. I guess we all have our escapist fantasies, video games, movies, television, and so on. But for me, it was the deep web. It was exciting at first, but over time, even my activities there began to bore me. As it turns out, there really isn't anything all that interesting in the deep web. There were lots of sites selling drugs, but I had no use for them. Most other things were scams, you know. The send me some Bitcoin and I'll send you twice as much back sort of stuff. Occasionally, I would find something that seemed genuinely creepy, but a little digging would always reveal that it was just a hoax. After 5 years of this, I was about ready to give up on my escapades on the dark web. I hadn't really had much success in real life either, Don't get me wrong, I was moderately good at my job and financially well off, but that dream of really achieving something significant was out of my reach as always. That was until that day. I saw a post on a forum that I frequented. It had a few like-minded people looking for anything strange or eccentric on the deep web. Someone had posted a link to a page stating that it sounded fake, but admitted that it was one of the weirdest things that they had encountered. Given the account was over 7 years old, and according to their profile, they had been in the game for over 10 years, this was no small claim. The webpage itself was simple, the kind you would encounter in the early 2000s. A little reading told me that it was a religious group dedicated to a deity known as XXXXXXX. I'm not writing it that way to protect you or anything. No, I wrote it that way because I quite literally couldn't read it. The name was written in letters that I didn't even recognize, and though I've tried looking up other alphabets online, I still can't find any language with letters that even remotely resemble the ones I saw. The basic premise of the religion was that this god, XXXXXXX, was an all-powerful entity that lived in a dimension parallel to ours, but would one day find a way to manifest itself on Earth. It all did seem like an elaborate prank someone set up, but then I saw how many members the cult supposedly had. Over 10,000? That couldn't possibly be real, and they must have been fudging their numbers. Or so I thought. Anyway, I did click on a few more links on the site, but all of the other information was blocked for people who were not members. Except for one. It was a page that had writing about someone called the Prophet. According to the site, this person would herald the arrival of XXXXXXX one day, but had no further details. The Prophet would be reborn over and over again until their god manifested, and the cult was dedicated to finding this person. And it was then that I read something that sent a chill down my spine. They had a description of the person who was supposed to be a reincarnation of the Prophet. I won't write down the details here for obvious reasons, or post a link to their site either for that matter, but the description matched me. The description wasn't vague enough that it could have been written off as describing anyone. It had my height on there, and also my birthday and month, though it did not mention the exact year, but instead the decade when I was born. It said that the Prophet's profession would involve handling money. I was an accountant. It also said that the Prophet would be unmarried and was a man. And not only that, it described a birthmark that I had. It had to be a coincidence, right? That's what I told myself. I mean, there must have been dozens of people who matched that kind of description, right? Or had the people who made this site made it specifically to describe me? It couldn't be. I scoured posts in both the normal and deep web looking for more information on this group, but practically no one seemed to have heard of them before. Those who had just told me what I already knew. I did learn that the description of the Prophet was the same for nearly everyone though, meaning these people hadn't hacked my webcam or something, and it was a bit reassuring when I did a little fact-checking and realized that there must have been tens of thousands of people who matched the description that they had written down. But still, some uneasiness remained, and eventually I felt that I had to get my hands on some more information. And while not the brightest idea I had, I decided to get it the only way I knew how: by joining them. The initiation procedure involved a ritual that had to be done on the night of a full moon. I won't go into any more details on what is involved, other than there was a sacrifice of my own blood. One misconception many of you might have is that it's possible to stream videos on the deep web, and there are some sites selling access to streams where people are tortured and other things such as that. It isn't possible to stream on Tor. However, given how slow it is to access even normal web pages. As such, this group wanted each new member to film themselves completing the initiation ritual and send a copy to their leader. I did it wearing a mask, of course. As a matter of fact, the site even recommended everyone doing so to hide their identities. I also stripped the video of any metadata and watched it thrice before sending it over to make sure that I didn't leave anything that could be traced back to me. And I got a message back with an audio recording that I was to play to finish my initiation. The words sounded garbled and didn't resemble any language that I've ever heard of. They instead sounded more like a bunch of animal growls than spoken words. Somehow, even though I hadn't understood a lick of it, it triggered something inside of me. It was like as if a switch inside my head had been flipped on and several circuits in my brain activated. The name of XXXXXXX was now clear to me. I didn't know how I could read it, just that I could. There's no point in me trying to write it down. I couldn't even if I tried, and I think it wouldn't make sense to anyone else. It didn't end there though. Memories I didn't know I had came rushing to me. Memories of countless past lives that I had lived. I saw the pyramids of Egypt being built. I had been a member of Caesar's legions when he invaded Gaul. I saw myself landing on the beaches of Normandy. And there were countless others to which I couldn't give a modern-day name. Nearly all of these times, I had discovered this religious cult, and I had joined it countless times. But there was something that this group had been hiding from me, and I knew why. The prophet would become a vessel for bringing XXXXXXX into this world, but that was after sacrificing himself. In short, I was a lamb for slaughter. I knew this from my memories and browsing parts of that webpage that I now had access to confirm the fact. I immediately logged off and vowed never to go on that site again. But my nightmare wasn't over. Later that night, I had a dream more vivid than any that I have ever had before. And I saw him, or rather, it. I saw XXXXXXX. Even if I had the space of an entire book, I still probably couldn't do what I saw justice. I saw nearly every single kind of horror. Werewolves, vampires, skinwalkers, demons, and many more melded together into a giant body that completely spanned the horizon. Though it had no real eyes, or rather millions of eyes all looking in different directions, I could still somehow feel it focusing its gaze directly at me. None of the individual mouths opened up, but it still spoke with an impossibly loud voice directly into my mind.
My prophet, you know your destiny.
It showed me a vision of me lying tied to a table surrounded by people in black hoods. One of them took out a knife and slit my throat, and I watched myself die. As the light left my eyes, they began to turn pitch black and my body levitates off of the table. A voice that wasn't mine left my mouth as dark tendrils began to form around me. This was what was going to happen to me. I wouldn't end up dying as a sacrifice. I would be possessed by this monster. I'll spare you the details of what I saw afterward. Let's just say that XXXXXXX is not a merciful God. Most of humanity would be wiped out, and with what happened to the survivors, let's just say that a swift death was a far kinder fate. "No!" I screamed. "I won't let this happen." The thing was that I knew that I had to be sacrificed in a specific way to manifest him. If I managed to avoid the religious cult that I had inadvertently joined, or if I killed myself another way, his plan would be foiled. At least for now, it would be.
Think about it. Your death will be easy, almost painless. Submit yourself as a sacrifice to me. You have wanted to be special your whole life, have you not? You will attain godhood through this action, and I will live through your flesh.
Godhood? More like demonhood! I screamed back and awoke in a cold sweat. I knew though that it wasn't just a dream. I also knew that the cult could probably also communicate with XXXXXXX in some way, and it was still a possibility that they might be able to track me despite the precautions I had taken. I couldn't let that happen. I went ahead and destroyed my old computer. I moved to another country and cut all ties with everyone that I was close with. It's been 2 years up till now, and they haven't found me yet. Hopefully, they won't. But it isn't them that I'm scared of. It's XXXXXXX. There is no way for me to unlearn what I know now. It visits me in my dreams every single night. Initially, it tried to appeal to my ego, of my desire to one day accomplish something great or to be special. This was my chance, it said, a chance to be the chosen one, or the protagonist, or what have you in the world. I had certainly wanted to be important all my life, but not in this way. When this failed, it tried another tactic. It told me that even if I didn't submit in this lifetime, I would just be reborn over and over again. Eventually, this God would manifest in our world. It was better, it said, for me to submit willingly now, so that it might be a bit more lenient to the rest of humanity. When this failed, it told me that when it did manifest, it would have limitless power and would bring forth every single past version of myself into this reality at once, and as punishment would subject every single version of me to torture worse than any human on this planet has ever experienced. I don't know if that's true or even possible, given what I know of reincarnation. Could I really be brought back if I was already born into another body? I had no idea what the capabilities of that monster were. Then again, I can't be sure that anything that it's told me is the truth. I highly doubt it would be any more merciful in the world, even if I submitted. But night after night of a God screaming into your head, you begin to seriously doubt yourself. There are 2 quick ways that this could end. One is that I take the revolver I keep and put a bullet between my eyes. The second is to give into XXXXXXX access the cult webpage and tell them where I am. I don't have a death wish, so neither option seems appealing. Life might not be perfect, but I certainly value what I have too much to end it all right now. The third thing is to endure this, but I don't think I can do that on my own. That's why I've turned to you, kind strangers on the internet. I'm sure many of you won't believe me, but I desperately need your help. Please, don't try to find me. I made sure you can't track me down. I can't be sure none of you aren't members of that cult, or that you won't come to hunt me down to save yourselves. What I need, kind strangers, is reassurance that I need to endure and withstand the taunts of this monster. After all, you all do have a vested interest in this as well. I can tell you that what XXXXXXX wants to do with humanity is nothing you would wish upon even on your worst enemies. So please, convince me that I can withstand it. Tell me counter arguments against what it has told me, because I don't know how much longer I can hold out like this. You have got to see this. Throughout all my time on the dark web, I had seen it all. I had seen the strange, I had seen the downright surreal, and I had seen the obvious fakes. Initially, when I first began my journey, it was from a place of intrigue, but as the years passed, I found a place where I belonged. The people, these people, the ones who create this open space with no censorship, just pure truth, these were my people. As I said, I had seen it all. That was, right up until that night that I received that message. You have got to see this. The message had come through on an IRC channel for the community that I was a member of. It was not odd to receive unsolicited messages after all. I was well known within my little circle, but the message that followed was anything but normal. Daria, please, this cannot wait. My name? I was a very careful person. There was maybe 2 people within my community that knew the real me, and each one I had fostered a relationship with. I had fostered trust with over countless years. I knew that neither of them would leak the real me. But that was more concerning. The message, it had not come from either one of them. Confused, I clicked onto the message, and before I knew it, my response was already there. Who is this? It was a simple question, and on the surface of it, I expected a simple answer. But looking back now, there was nothing simple about where the conversation would end up. A few seconds passed, and then again, the words were there. Daria, listen, I cannot go into it. We must act quickly. You must see it to believe it. You are in danger. Seeing my name used by a stranger for a second time had less of an impact than the first. After all, my eyes had already been drawn to the only word that mattered. Danger. What are you talking about? Again, a brief pause, and then again, a response. Look, go here. You will not believe this. Usually, I would have seen this for what it probably was, some kind of joke, an attempt at an intrusion, anything but something to indulge seriously. But whoever this person was, somehow, they had found a way through my usual steadfast exterior, and without thinking, I was already clicking on the link which they had provided. My heart skipped slightly as the page loaded and the listings materialized on my screen. People? It was an auction site of sorts, its layout not that dissimilar to other websites on the conventional web. At least, it was, apart from one key difference. Instead of product, people seemed to be bidding on other people. Each of the listings came with a picture attached of what was on sale, and the pictures. They were, well, They were taken out there on the street, in public, and by the looks of it, without the person in question knowing about it. Derek Hunter, 28, Michael Matthews, 36, Joanne Price, 21. I scrolled further and further, watching as each auction ended, each for an obscene amount, and the further I fell into the darkness, the more my heart strained. What is this? Whatever it was, it felt wrong. There was nothing visceral about the sight itself, no sign of the impending doom of those auctioned, but it was there, silent, unspeaking, and within a moment, things went from terrible to even worse. Me? My eyes settled upon the listing as they did. My hand shook. Daria Wood, 27. Just like the others, there was a picture for the potential buyers. And just like the others, their image contained the usual sink of voyeurism. It was me, taken just outside of class one day. Wait, that was yesterday. My eyes moved from the pictures as the blood burned within my veins until finally settling upon the auction timer. I watched on as it counted down as the bidding exploded. 10,000, 10,500, 12, 15, 17. It kept going and going until finally the clock struck 0 and the price settled on 67,000. And then another message appeared on my screen. Thanks for indulging me a little here, Daria. I just needed time to trace your home address through our chat. I'm so glad that we could find you a new home. Somewhere where you belong. The winner bidder has paid, and it's time to settle. Be seeing you soon. Daria Wood of 87 Oak Drive. Be seeing you real soon. And then, as quickly as the message had appeared, it had gone. A million different thoughts were there. They ranged from the extreme all the way through to confusion. But within the midst of it all, there was one stronger than all else. It pulsated, it oozed, and it tore against the very fabric of my being. Somewhere I belong. Roulette. We all know the game. Place your bets and let the chips fall where they may. If only I had known just how literal that would be. I had always browsed the dark web ever since I was a teenager. I guess I was one of those kids. You know the kind, the one that you never spoke to in school. The tech kid. A little too into computers and not enough into girls. You know the kind. That was me. I was raised on Reddit and educated on 4chan. The boards were my grounds and the anonymous my peers. The darkest corners of the internet, just below the normal internet. They were my playground, and over time, I had seen it all. And none of it shocked me. I suppose you grow accustomed to it, you know. You kind of become, what's the word? Desensitized? Of course, there was the usual darkness that comes from unfiltered power, but there was also unfiltered knowledge. And that is what kept me coming back for more. Throughout my life, my mind was always open, so the ability to consume was unrelenting. I was a logical person. I saw the world through the lens of rules, and I always sought ways to skew the rules in my favor. It was my passion, but more importantly, my downfall. The ultimate risk. It called to me. It beckoned me, and it resonated as my hand moved without a second thought. What will you sacrifice to win? The title of the page was new. The title of the page was odd, and the title of the page called to me, and before I knew it, I was there. Are you willing to spin the wheel in the ultimate game of risk and reward? Of course, I was. My entire life was spent on a pedestal, one which sat a reasonable distance above that of my peers. I was more intelligent. I was more deserving. And I was more foolish. But hindsight does little to solve the mistakes of your past. The page was nothing more than a visual representation of a roulette wheel. On it, around the circumference of the wheel, the usual arrangement of letters and colors, but with one key difference. The 0 had been replaced simply with the word win. But what do I win? What are the stakes? My eyes scanned the page for instruction, for some kind of explanation, for anything that would explain the rules, but there were none. A reasonable person would have clicked off the page. A reasonable person would not agree to a bet without knowing the stakes, but there I was, anything but a reasonable person. In a moment, my mind was set, and in another, the wheel was already moving. The virtual ball moved, it danced, and it clicked until finally, it came to rest on black 21. I expected some kind of feedback, a message or some kind of notification to let me know the outcome, but I guess, looking back now, the outcome spoke for itself. Annoyed, I clicked again, and when the ball failed to land on win, I clicked once more, and when that time I failed to achieve the desired result, I clicked the third time. All 3 instances resulted in nothing. No lackluster apology, no beckon to try once more, no call to aspire to be better, nothing. Annoyed, I called it a night and went to sleep. The next morning is when I got the news. My mother, my father, and my sister, all 3 of them, one day they were breathing, alive, with their plans, with their futures, and in a second, with a turn of a wheel, the car that they were in was struck by a lorry. And from that day on, everything changed. There were reports, there was a funeral, there was grieving, and then there was acceptance, but within me, there was nothing but a deeper conviction. I could not stop. The wheel had taken from me, that much was clear, and I knew what it could continue to take. I knew of the risk, of what else could be lost, but still, I was yet to land on that elusive tile. What could it give to me? What would the rewards be? Can it undo my mistakes? Those are the questions that I continue to ask myself with each spin. Is there a way back? Can it give back what it has taken? I am yet to find out. 1 spin, 2 spins, 10 spins. Place your bets and let the chips fall where they may. I don't know what I was thinking really. I had been drinking with friends and got home drunk. I decided to open Tor, and one link led to another. I ended up on a marketplace website that was selling all sorts of shady shit. I could buy my own weight in cocaine if I saw fit, and had the money. Though, something caught my interest. A posting said, "Mystery box made to order, $250. I read the description, which listed what it could contain. A brand new iPad. That was it. That was the thing that made me send $250 worth of Bitcoin to some random guy in some random place on the internet. I had vague memories of sloppily messaging the seller that I really wanted the iPad. Oh, God, I remember sending them an extra $50 to sweeten the deal. What a dickhead. When I woke, my head hurt. I had a full-blown migraine. It wasn't until I had breakfast, showered, and opened up my laptop that I remembered. My heart sunk. I didn't have money to waste on shit like that, but I did. I clicked the button to message the seller to tell them that I changed my mind, but nothing happened. I refreshed the page, and as you can guess, the listing wasn't found. Now, I didn't think myself to be an idiot. I wouldn't fall for 411 scams. I know no Nigerian prince wants to send me money. But drunk me, he's a bit of an asshole. I checked my Bitcoin account to see it tell me that I was out of untraceable money. I swear, I had at least $750 worth in there. If you take the exchange rate of the day, with the way it fluctuates, it may have been only worth $300. I was depressed for the rest of the day. I promised myself that I wouldn't do anything like that again. But then, drunk me is a real, you know. Weeks passed and I completely forgot about it. To be honest, I didn't want to remember how stupid I was. Today, though, I did remember. I walked downstairs to see a large brown box on the kitchen table, addressed to me. My dad must have received it from the mailman when he was getting ready for work. I stared at it, shocked to see that it actually arrived. I picked it up. The weight was lopsided, but it was heavy. That was a good sign, I guess. At least, it wasn't filled with packing chips. I pulled off the tape and opened it up to reveal a lot of packing chips. I chuckled to myself before plunging my hand in. I pulled out an anonymous red sweater. I held it to my face. It smelled of perfume. It was used, and I was slightly disgusted. But what did I expect from the dark web? I placed it on the table next to me. The next item was a set of keys. I examined them, and I wondered why on earth that was part of this parcel. It was literally like the guy just shoved some random things into a box and sent it off. I was beginning to feel ripped off. I placed my hand in again and pulled out a small bag with a note attached to it. I knew what it was before I read it. I was excited. A little thing to make the time pass more calmly was written in Sharpie. It was a good amount of weed. I'd never bought drugs off the internet. I opened the bag to see if it was the real deal, and that strong, skunky smell rose up. I took a deep breath and sighed. I'd say it was $70 worth, give or take, and I pushed it into my back pocket, worried that my mom could be up in any minute and then catch me with it. I was intrigued to see what was remaining. Maybe I'd make my money back yet. The next item was a small wooden box. I opened it to see a few pieces of silver jewelry. I checked each one, having no idea if it was worth anything. There were 2 necklaces and 2 rings. I wondered if these were stolen or bought from a pawn shop, and I placed it next to the red top. The next was another baggie, with another note written in Sharpie. "You'll need this, trust me." I was a little anxious when I read the note and saw a small box of Xanax inside. What the hell did I need anxiety medication for? I was not one to dabble in prescription drugs. Weed and a little mushroom was all I needed. I knew some friends who'd pay good money for that. I had no idea how much they were worth, though. I'd looked it up later. I assumed $50, so that was worth $130 so far. And to be fair, for something off the dark web, if I only lost around half my money, I should count myself lucky. I finished around in the box again, and I couldn't feel anything else. I picked it up to feel if it was still heavy, so I placed it down again and stood up. I reached all the way to the bottom and felt something large and slender. I pulled it out and it was a freaking iPad. Holy shit! Jackpot! It was slightly scratched, but it wasn't a first generation. It was light and thin. It was at least an Air, and I was stoked. It was then my mother popped her head around the corner. "Hey, honey, did you get a package?" "Yeah," I said, suddenly aware that I could smell the weed in my back pocket. "Hey, you found my sweater," she said, delighted. "Where was it?" Was all I mustered. She picked it up and unconsciously the keys too. She walked away. I sighed, worried that she would smell the drugs. "What's that?" she said, turning. "I'm holding it for a friend," I said without thinking. "What?" she said, not paying attention. "What's my jewelry box doing down here?" I stared at my mom slack-jawed. She picked it up and opened it, studying if anything was missing. "Well, answer me," she demanded. "It was in the package," I said honestly. "Don't bullshit me. Were you going to sell this?" "No, I promise." "Just wait until your dad gets home. Jesus, Darren. I swear, this is not your stuff. It was in my package that I bought off the net." "You expect me to believe you bought my exact top and my jewelry box off the internet? Why in God's blazes would you do that?" "It was a mystery box. It could have contained anything." "You come up with some shit sometimes. I think it's best if you go to your room." "I'm 17, I said. "When you're under our roof, it's our rules." I picked up the iPad and went upstairs. I laid on my bed and turned the device on. I was surprised to see it still had power. A few non-standard apps appeared on the desktop as I swiped to unlock. Nothing of interest though. I checked the email program to see that it was blank, and I was worried that it was stolen. I knew I couldn't keep it there if there was any personal data on there. I checked the photo apps, and there were around a dozen photos. I tapped the first. It was a low light shot of a street. It could have been any. I swiped, and the next was of the front of a house. The light was on in the front room, but in the low light, it overexposed the shot and made it hard to see any detail. The next one was of the side of a house. The horizontal white wood siding looked similar to ours. The next was of what appeared to be a rear door. Then one of a kitchen. I did a double take. The place looked identical to ours. Then one of a living room. The TV bright and hiding the faces of the people who sat on the couch and chair. Then one of the stairs. The brown wax wood of the floor was uncanny, and my heart thumped in my chest. Then one of the landing. This was no coincidence. It was our house. The family portrait that hung on the far side wall, even in the low light, was obviously ours. I panicked, and I didn't want to swipe again. Though I did. My parents' bedroom. My mother asleep on the bed. The bed covers pulled taut. The next view. The covers being pulled back gently. My mother pulled her legs up from the sudden cool air. The cupboard open, a black gloved hand reaching out and searching, the hand holding a red sweater, a dark photo with lines of light obscuring the view. Another dark photo, this time. The exposure was better, and I see it's from inside the cupboard. my dad was in the room. The next, my dad getting into bed next to my mother. Then, one of the bed, my parents sleeping. I swipe again and saw the covers pulled back. Whoever it was doing this wanted to be caught. I was sure of it. And after that, in the hallway again, the black-gloved hand holding the jewelry box outstretched. Only one photo remained, and it was above a bed with someone sleeping below. It was me. My blood ran ice cold. I threw the iPad to the floor, hearing it crack against the side of my desk. No, I said to myself. I leaped up and saw the screen stare back at me with a rainbow mosaic of broken LCD and glass. What was I going to tell my parents? They'd never believe me. I pulled the bag of pills out of my back pocket and read the note again. You'll need this, trust me. I turned it over to read a date. 07/21/2018. It must have been when the package was sent. I read it again, and I realized that's tomorrow, Saturday. Hell, what does it mean? I have to warn my parents. Please, if you don't hear from me, call the authorities. I fear the worst.
So, I guess I should start off by explaining myself. I know what you might be asking right now. Why would you buy a Nintendo Switch on the dark web? They're sold literally everywhere else. Look, here's the thing. I don't make that much money at my job. Certainly not enough to afford something that expensive with all the bills I need to pay. So, I decided to look for buying one secondhand. I dug around the internet, looking at multiple ads on eBay and Craigslist, but I still couldn't find any under $200 like I was hoping for. I was about to give up and just wait, try to save up where I could and hope that I'd have enough for the damn thing by next year. When out of the blue, my friend Matt finally responded to a text I'd sent him earlier. See, he'd gotten himself a Switch for dirt cheap and he said it worked like new. So I was hoping he'd tell me who or where he'd bought it from. And now, in my inbox, was a link to a website with only 2 words as any sort of description about its content. It simply read, "This guy." I tapped the link and I was brought onto a website that seemed like any other auction site with people trying to get rid of their crap. But there was one thing about this website that was a little bit different. It was run by one guy. One guy with about 1,000 auctions going on at once for all sorts of different electronic products. There was one other thing that sort of set off my warning bells. Each one of the electronic devices on the website had the auction starting at just 1 penny, with the bids stopping at around $20 or a little more. And all of this stuff, it looked brand new. Now, while I had my suspicions about all of this, I was still desperate to get my hands on a Switch. So, I looked and found over 100 auctions going at once, all for the same type of console, the only difference appearing to be the colour. I tapped on one of the auctions with a particularly pretty looking Switch with a snowy forest skin, and I started to bid, going up cent by cent, like everyone else. Finally, after about 30 minutes of this race, the bidding ended with me and my offering price of exactly $24.86. A notice popped up on my screen with a little dancing money bag and big bold letters reading, "Congratulations! Your item will arrive within the next 24 hours. Once again, I did find this strange, since I hadn't even put in my address or anything. End of the day, I just brushed it off as the site may be retrieving my location from my phone, which is a feature we all typically keep turned off. Personally though, I never bothered with it. I let out a rather loud yawn and realised just how late it was. I needed sleep, so I shut off my phone, content to just lay down in my bed and let sleep overtake me. After about 3 hours, I knew that sleep was not going to come. I wasn't sure why I couldn't manage it, but I was tossing and turning and looking at my phone. I guess I was rather excited. It was really weird to me since I hadn't been that excited since I was little, waiting for Christmas Eve so I could go into my parents' room and jump on their bed until they woke up to open presents in the morning. It had been years since those times, mind you, at least a decade if not a little longer. So I was more than a little bit confused. By the time the sun had risen, I was still wide awake, now sitting at my table drinking a cup of coffee. I was practically bouncing up and down in my chair, just waiting for that doorbell to ring. My lack of sleep and energy being damned by my excitement. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by several pressings of my obnoxiously loud doorbell before I'd gotten there to answer it. Some tired-looking kid had a package in his hands, and before he even got a word out of it, I'd grabbed it and slammed the door in his face. That was rude, I understand, but I was really enthusiastic, hoping that this was my new toy. I ran to my bedroom, slammed the door, and drew the shutters closed so the room was completely dark, with only the flashlight from my phone giving off any illumination. I tore open the box and let out a squeal when I saw my brand new Nintendo Switch with its snowy forest skin wrapped up in plastic. I tore apart the thin layer of clear packing material, keeping me from my newest possession. I ran my fingers across the console, pressing buttons and fiddling with the joysticks. As I caressed my new toy, I noticed something else in the box that I hadn't at first, due to my over-eager wish to mess around with my new system. It was a brand new copy of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The way I could tell it was brand new was the fact that the game still had its fresh from the store plastic outer shell, just waiting to be broken. I felt my face break out into a grin and tore away the plastic, opening the case and taking off the cartridge to admire it. I could never afford video games brand new either, so this was kind of like the luckiest day of my life. I put in the game and turned on my Switch. God, I loved calling it that. My Switch. And started playing. It took me a bit to memorize the controls, but once I got into it, it was easier than breathing. I went through stage after stage, battling character after character. Things seemed to become little more than a flurry, with the characters becoming blurs as their movements got faster and faster. Now, I didn't know too much about this game to begin with, but I was still pretty sure this wasn't part of its mechanics. Even so, my eyes were glued to the screen, and I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. Not until I had beaten that game completely and won. Yes, I felt as though I were on the precipice of glory, so close to winning that Ted? My eyes moved away from the screen for 1 second for me to see my friend Nate in my doorway, confused expression written clear on his face. He turned on my light, and I winced at just how bright it was.
Dude,
Do you have any idea how worried we've all been? He demanded. I shrugged, confused. What are you talking about? I've been calling you all day, man, he exclaimed. First you didn't show up for your shift, then you didn't answer my texts or calls, which, by the way, I've sent over 40. And now, I come to your house, find your front door unlocked to come inside and find all the lights are off. And get in here expecting to see you dead or something, and I find you here playing some stupid-ass game. What the hell? I frowned, my brow furrowing. All day? What time is it? Nate looked at me a little freaked out as he told me, It's 2:30, Ted. I shrugged. So? That isn't that. It's 2:30 in the morning, dude. Nate interjected. I paused, my eyes widening as I looked at my closed shutters. I jumped out of bed, tossing my Switch onto it as I opened the blinds and saw it was pitch black outside. But how? How could this be happening when I hadn't even been playing on my Switch for even an hour? At least, it had seemed like an hour to me. I shook my head in disbelief, trying to come up with some reasonable explanation as to how I'd let an entire day go by without even noticing. I haven't even... But nothing that could even remotely be considered coherent was coming out of my mouth. Nate gestured to my Switch. Where the hell did you even get that, Ted? You're having enough trouble paying bills already. How could you afford a custom Nintendo Switch? I just shrugged at this. I got it from some guy's website that Matt bought his off. And he spent like $25 on it, and it came with a brand new game. Nate just rolled his eyes and shoved his hands in his pockets. Whatever. Boss says that if you don't show up on Monday right on time, then you're fired. See ya. He shut the door and I rolled my eyes, flopping on my bed and staring at my beautiful Nintendo Switch. Nate was just jealous. Jealous that he didn't have one. So what if I'd missed a day at work? Lots of people who play video games lost track of time sometimes. And there had probably been days back in college when Nate and I missed classes because we got wrapped up in a video game. That had been a while back though, so memories were still hazy. Even so, I was sure it wasn't that big a deal. Not really. I decided to switch off my lights again and pick up my Switch so I could start playing my game again. And I mean again, because I hadn't saved my progress. So, I had to start all the way back at the beginning. But as quickly as before, I fell back into my rhythm, and it didn't take me long to get back to where I was. I was making great time on this, so I figured it hadn't been more than a few hours. I decided to call Matt during a round and found I was actually really good at playing one-handed. Hey dude, what's up? Matt's voice answered on the third ring. I set my phone down and I put it on speaker. I'm playing with my new Switch. Your guy is a freaking god, dude. This thing is amazing. Told you. I've been playing on mine since this afternoon. How long you been playing? He asked. I shrugged instinctively. I don't know, few hours give or take. You? He paused for a moment before responding. The same as you, I guess. I haven't really been looking at the clock. I laughed. Me neither. Guess it's just like in college, huh? Us getting sucked into a game with Nate and losing all track of time. I heard Matt chuckle. Man, those were some good times. Well, anyway, I'll give you a call tomorrow. Let me know how far you get in your game. Will do. And with that, it was just me and my Switch. Alone. Again. And I was actually pretty grateful for the silence. I'd thought I wanted to talk with Matt a little more, but I guessed I'd been wrong. As levels blurred into more levels, I started getting more and more immersed in the game, not paying any attention to anything else. My phone was going off not too much later, so I decided I may as well answer it, figuring maybe it was Matt changing his mind. I didn't bother taking my eyes off my Switch screen though, using my chin to push the answer call button. Yo, you've got the Tedmeister.
Dude, where the hell are you?
I was a little bit shocked to hear Nate's voice over the other end of the line this time. Much more so, to hear him sounding so annoyed. What are you talking about? I'm at home. It's like 5 in the morning or something.
No, it's not. It is 9 in the morning, Ted. And you were supposed to show up for your shift over an hour ago,
said Nate, his voice rather cold. I frowned. Wait, what do you mean show up for my shift? I'm not coming in until Monday, Nate.
It is Monday, Ted. Actually, it's been a week past the damn Monday when I told you that you needed to show up or the boss was gonna fire you. I've been trying to get a hold of you for days.
My heart dropped into my stomach, but I still didn't stop playing my game. That's impossible. I've only been playing on my Switch for a few hours.
Dude, I thought about stopping by your place to check on you at least 50 times in the past week. But I didn't want to go inside because, well, I figured you were wasting time on that damn Switch again.
He scoffed.
And if you're telling me that you haven't checked the time in the past 9 days because you've been holed up yourself in your damn room...
He took in a deep breath and let it out through his nostrils.
You're full of shit. You know that? Really full of shit. You haven't changed since college at all. And now instead of Xbox, it's your damn Switch.
Nate, I managed out, my voice breaking. I haven't stopped playing my Switch at all. I heard him scoff again.
Bullshit.
I gulped. No, dude, I'm being straight with you. I haven't taken any breaks. I started playing a little after you left and I haven't stopped.
Right.
Nate muttered.
Let's say I actually believed you and your stupid lie that a kindergartner could see through. What are you going to tell me next? You haven't eaten or gone to the bathroom?
I paused at this point, my mind reeling as my eyes were glued to my game. Had I eaten anything? Had I gone to the bathroom? I couldn't remember if I had. Nate, I said, my voice breaking. I'm scared. I could practically hear his eyes roll.
Right, sure. Look, just put down the game and go to the bathroom, man. You probably reek if you've been playing that thing and can't even remember the last time you showered.
I nodded. Okay, I'll do that. I tried to put the Switch down, but nothing happened. I physically couldn't do it. Nate, I can't let go. Seriously, man, I can't. Nate scoffed for like the millionth time.
Right. Whatever game you and Matt are playing, it isn't funny.
Matt? What are you talking about? I demanded.
Like you don't know. He hasn't shown up to work in almost a month,
said Nate.
Look, when you decide to start acting seriously, give me a call. But until then, I don't want to talk to you.
And that was it. He hung up. I tried repeatedly to take my hands off this damn Switch, or turn it off, but it didn't work. I walked to my light switch, and I flipped it up with my head, and then I saw what was on my hands. Long, purple-blue strands that looked like veins, sprouting from the sides of my Switch and embedding themselves into my forearms. I decided to call Matt. Maybe he knew what was going on. He didn't respond. And now, I was getting more and more worried. My phone. I knew it wouldn't be much longer until it died, as it typically lasted about 2 weeks if I didn't use it at all, but I was sure it was close to death. I needed to get help. I tried to call everyone on my contacts list, but I got nothing but voicemail boxes. I don't have many contacts, and I'm pretty sure Nate spread the word to all of my other friends about my switch. It's been, I don't know how long now, and I still can't take my eyes off the game. I can't take my hands off it. I'm not even sure how I'm still alive. My last hope is this, and I've been using voice record to have this done. Please, if you have any idea about what I can do to fix this, help me. I'm desperate.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.